Welcome to the Insurance 101 call. This call is built for all the basic sales principles. We're going to talk about anything and everything that has to do with selling life insurance. If you're not doing $5,000 a week in annual premium, you should be on this call. It's every night, 8 o'clock. I'm sorry, every Thursday night, 8 o'clock Central. And you guys should be on this call. You're going to get tips and tricks from top producers along the way. And it's going to lead you to doing $20,000 in annual premium a month. That's the goal, right? If you can do $20,000 in annual premium a month, you guys should be able to soar. Then it's really just buying leads, talking to people, and having fun and protecting families, right? So tonight we're going to talk about closing, okay? If you don't close the sale, you have not protected a family and you're not going to get paid. Okay, you can do all the steps, but if you don't close the sale, you're definitely not going to get paid, and you're not going to help the family. So I'm going to share my screen with you real quick here. This right here, last week, we talked about building the value of the policy. Went over those steps, and we talked about price conditioning as well. Okay, and if you missed that training, it's on. It's in the Discord. You can go back to it, listen to it. I encourage you to go back and listen to these calls over and over and over again. Listen to them in your car while you're driving. My truck is Automobile University. Okay, I don't listen to music. I'm always listening to something that's going to put positive, good things that I'm learning. I want to learn about in my brain. Okay, so tonight we're talking about delivering the price and closing the deal. Okay, there's two different ways that we can close an insurance deal, and that's what we're going to talk about. Okay, so let's get right into it. I'm going to unshare my screen here so I can look at you guys face to face. So we're in the presentation. We've already started to we've built the value of the policy. They know that, let's say it's a term policy, they know it's going to cost $100,000 in face value. They know all the benefits of the policy. Okay, we've price conditioned them along the way, and just as a reminder, we don't have to price condition them at the end, right before we deliver the price. We're going to kind of price condition them along the way, right? And then we get right down to it. Now we have to deliver the price. Okay, there's a couple of different ways to deliver the price. One of them is a multiple choice close, right? And so by doing that, you're going to show them max value, okay, of the product. And let's say that it's a $40,000 Americo policy, Americo Eagle, right? So Americo will max out at $40,000. And usually the way I set that up is I'll say, okay, sir, so what I'm going to do here is, you still have your pen and paper handy, right? What I'm going to do is give you three options, okay? And then what we're going to do is I'll have you pick the option that you think best fits you, and then we'll submit a request and just sit back and wait and see if we can get you approved. Sound fair enough? Yes. Okay, great. So then what you're going to do is say, okay, the Americo policy is face value maxes out at $40,000. So write down $40,000. And then right next to it, let's say we're talking to I had a 73-year-old man today, so I'll just kind of use that as an example. Let's say you're talking to a 73-year-old man. 40,000, that one's going to be $407. Okay, so write down $407. Okay. Now, after finding the need, you know how much they really need. Right? By this time, you should know how much they absolutely have to have. Okay. Let's say that you built you found the need, and you found out that this person needs $15,000 for a burial expense, and he needs an extra $5,000 for final expenses, and he wants to leave an extra, $1,000 behind to the kids, to the grandkids, because he's got 5 grandkids. So that's a $25,000 policy. Okay. He knows he needs 25,000 for a death benefit. So the first option we have at 40,000 face amount. That's also the death benefit. And we quoted him a price for 407. Now, sir, write down the next option is going to be your 25,000. And that's going to be $280. Now, the next option is you're not going to be able to leave anything behind to the grandkids, and it's not going to be able to pay off any final expenses. But I understand the burial is pretty important because that's what you got to have. I mean, we can't really escape it. Every single one of us die. So the burial is 15,000. So the next one I'm going to quote you is for 15,000. So write down 15,000, and then that price is going to be 198. Okay. Now, that person is sitting there thinking about it. Notice I'm leaving space there, right? I don't want to just talk and say, okay, which one do you want, right? Calm down, deliver the price confidently, and then once it sinks in a little bit, you'll kind of feel it when it's the right time to do it. And then you just ask them a question. Look, I know you want to get your family covered like this, but which one would you want to see if you can get approved for today? Or you can say, which one would you like to submit a request for today? And then just shut up. The first person who talks loses. And that's a multiple choice close. He may say, well, I think I'm going to go with the one at 25,000. Perfect. That's the one that I was going to recommend for you. Usually I tell that for everyone that they choose. That's the one I was going to recommend for you because it covers everything as well. Okay. So then what you're going to do is as soon as he closes himself, right? He just closed the deal. We're not going to sell anymore. We're just going to move on down the road. Okay. Who's going to be your beneficiary? And if you already have that name, you can just say, okay, I have here that Christy is going to be your beneficiary. Is that correct? Yeah. Put in Christy. Then you're going to take the payment information. And the way I take the payment information is I'll go to that after I put in the beneficiary. I'll go to that stage and I'll say, okay, we're at the payment stage right now. Obviously, you know that if you do get approved, you got to pay for it. So do you want it to come out of a checking or a savings? Real calm, cool, collected, right? Do you want it to come out of a checking or a savings? I'd like to come out of a checking. Okay, perfect. Where do you bank at? U.S. Federal Credit Union. So at that point in time, I'm typing in U.S. Federal Credit Union. And I'm going to type in U.S. Federal Credit Union in the state that they're in. And let's say it's Iowa. So I'll type in U.S. Federal Credit Union, Iowa routing number. Okay. And it's going to pull up that bank's routing number. It's public information. Okay. And then I'm going to say, okay, it pulls up a routing number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can you grab a check to verify that information for me? Hold on a second. I got to go in and get it. Okay, no problem. Take your time. Always tell them to take your time, right? Because if they're calm, no problem, right? But if they get all bent out of shape, that's when things go awry. We don't want them to get all bent out of shape, right? So, okay, no problem. This time is yours, right? So then when they come back, they're going to say, what was that routing number? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope, that's not right. Well, sometimes they do get them wrong here. What's the routing number? They give you the routing number. And then the next question is, and the account number is? You don't even have to say, what's the account number? Just say, and the account number is? And then you get the account number. Then you just move on down the road, submit the request, and then wait. And then while it's spinning, that's when you can build more rapport. Learn about your client. How many kids do you have? How many years have you been married? How many grandkids do you have, right? How many great grandkids? What'd you do for a living? You can do that throughout the process as well. When there's any dead space, you can do that during that time as well. So that's how you close. a three price multiple choice question. Okay. Now, the other close is called a top down close. This is my favorite close. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go back first. Okay. We're going to go over the top down close, but I want to show you how you close a term policy. I'm going to use an Americo term policy as an example. Okay. For you people that are selling mortgages. So Americo has some different choices. Okay. They have a continuation 25, which is a term product with a whole life product on the back end after the term runs out. It goes to 25% of that term product. Okay. Meaning that if it's a $400,000 term, after the term runs out in 20 years, it's going to turn into 25% whole life and cover them for the rest of their life. The cool part about it is the payment doesn't change. It stays the same. So that way they can get they can get on a $400,000 term, they can get 25%, which is $100,000 for whole life. Okay. So that's one of them. The other one they have is a CBO, and then they have a straight term, or a term 100 or a term 125. Okay. A term 100 is a policy that is just a term policy. At the end of the term, no money back, has all the same living benefits. All their policies have all the same living benefits, critical, chronic, and terminal, 100%. Okay. The CBO let me back up. Term 125 is the same thing. All the living benefits, but it has an extra 25% accidental built into it. Okay. So if the insured dies, they get an extra, the beneficiary gets an extra 25%. Okay. Then they have a CBO 100 and a CBO 50. I never write the CBO 50. I only write the CBO 100. What that is, it's a term product, exactly the same thing as the term 100 and the continuation 25, but it does not have a 25% whole life policy on it. Instead, the CBO 100 ends at the end of the term, and when, we're not going to say if, but when they outlive the policy, they get every dollar that they put into it back. Okay. So this is how I do I love to do the top down close, but when it comes to Americo, if they qualify, okay, I'm going to do a three price multiple choice close on this one. Okay. And what I mean by that is I'm going to start with the continuation 25, and then I'm going to go a CBO 100, and then I'm going to go a term 125. And the way I do this is this way. I'll say, sir, okay, I'll go over all the benefits, right? I build the value. I go over all the benefits. The face value is 200,000. That's also the death benefit. It's tax-free, write down tax-free. And then I have them write down critical 200,000. If we're doing a $200,000 policy, chronic 200,000, critical 200,000, terminal 200,000. And then I'll say, okay, any questions on those so far? No. Okay. Now, what I want you to do, I have three different options here for you. The first one is called a continuation 25. Okay. This one is a permanent policy. Do you guys know the difference between term and whole life? Well, term is it ends at certain time. Whole life covers you for the rest of your life, right? So this one is a term and a whole life built together, meaning that it'll cover you for the next 20 years. You get all the living benefits that we just went over. But after those 20 years, it's going to switch automatically into a whole life policy at 25% of what the term value is. And so, sir, this is a $200,000 face amount. At the end of 20 years, you're going to get 25% of that of whole life coverage for the rest of your life, which is $50,000. Here's the benefit. At the end of 20 years on a term policy, if you don't have any more insurance, you have to go reapply. And you're, let's say, 53 right now, you're going to be 73. Do you think it's going to be cheaper to get a whole life policy at 73 or 53? Well, 53. Yeah. So When it turns into a whole life policy, the payment's going to be the same as a 53-year-old instead of a 73-year-old. Okay. So now this one on a continuation 25, this is your most expensive option. It's going to be $530 a month. Okay. Now the next one is called a CBO 100. So write down CBO 100. Now this one has all the same living benefits. Okay. Critical, chronic, and terminal, all the same. The difference is at the end of the term, you don't, it doesn't continue on. You don't get whole life coverage, but what you do get is you get all your money back, all of it. So every dollar that you spent, when you outlive the policy, you're going to get all your money back. So this policy I really like because if you die, it pays out. If you get hurt, it pays out. You get sick, it pays out. You become terminally ill, it pays out. And if you outlive the policy, it pays all your money back. And when somebody gives you all your money back, what's that called? Free. So write down, I can't remember the number I said, $369. Okay, so that one's going to cost $369. The next one is called a term 125. Term 125. This one is going to be the cheapest option for you. And this one is all of the same living benefits, except for at the end of it, you don't get your money back and it doesn't continue on. But Americo knows that accidents are the leading cause of death in America. And so at the end of the term, if you were, or not at the end, but during the term, if you were to pass away, then Joanne, your beneficiary, is going to get an extra 25% only if you die in an accident. Okay, now car accidents are the leading cause of death in America, but it doesn't have to be a car accident. You slip and fall in the shower, that's an accident. You fall going down the stairs, that's an accident. Okay, so that one is going to cost you $130 a month. Okay, so you have the three options there. If we were to, all we have left to do is to submit a request and see if we can even get you approved. Which one of those would you want to apply for? And then you just shut up. And usually they'll say, it depends on what they want. Some people want a permanent policy. Some people want a CBO. Either way, I mean, they love these policies. And so if they say a CBO 100, I'll say, great. That's exactly what the one I was thinking that you would pick anyways. No problem. So let's go into, all we have left to do is get your beneficiary and then and get the payment information and submit a request. So then you just walk on down the road, get the beneficiary, get the payment information, and boom, you're done. Okay. So that's how you close a term policy. Okay. Vadim, I see you have a question. Hold on. Let's finish.
Okay.
Let me finish this up and I'll get the questions at the end. Top down close. Okay. This one is exactly the way it sounds. You're going to start at the top and you're going to work your way down to fit it right into their budget. Right now, we go through the needs analysis, we go through the financial inventory, same thing. And so you're going to figure out what their budget is, right? And so by doing that, that's the whole purpose of this, is to figure out how much extra income they have that they can afford on life insurance. Okay. So let's say their income is $5,000 a month. Let's say they have $2,200 a month in expenses, right? So that leaves about $2,800 a month extra income. Now, the rule of thumb is, it's not solid, but the rule of thumb is that the average person would spend about 10%, anywhere from 5 to 10% on a life insurance policy out of their expendable income. So easy math, 10% of $2,800 of extra income is $280. If you want to figure out 5%, just divide that by 2, $140, right? So somewhere in between $140 to $280 is what they're willing to spend. That's just a general rule. Some people want to spend more, some people want to spend less, right? So let's say that I'm going to do a top-down close on an Americo Eagle policy. Okay. So that Americo Eagle policy will go all the way up to $40,000. Okay. So the way I'm going to position it is let's say I know they need 25,000, right? And that's all they want is 25,000. No, I just want 25,000. That's all I want. Okay. No problem. Well, let me do this. The maximum amount that Americo will go up to is about $40,000. I have a lot of clients that, love their kids. They especially love their grandkids. And most of them want to leave some extra money behind as like a last love letter if they possibly could, if they can afford it. So what I'm required to do anyways is just show you the max coverage at 40,000. And then if you can't afford it, we can adjust it down. That's not a big deal. Okay. So let me see here. I'm plugging the numbers in the computer. Okay. So 40,000. So that's going to be $302 a month. Now, according to your budget, now, a lot of times this is where you feel them out, right? When you get really good at kind of feeling them out, you'll understand where to go, right? If they're giving me a hard no, I don't want no more than 25,000 and I tell them 40,000, I want to feel what they're going to say, right? If they say, ooh, that's a lot, or wow, holy moly, you know what I mean? That's telling me that's like a hard no, right? So I may say something like, that's probably a little bit too much out of your budget. Why don't we go down a little bit and see if we can get you a little bit better price on there? What do you say? Yeah. Okay, let's do it. Now you're on their side, right? Well, you're on their side the whole time, but I mean, they know that you're still working with them. And so you could say, okay, so 20,000 is going to be, and there's no rhyme or reason or set thing that you have to do here. I mean, I kind of use it as what kind of feedback do I get, right? If they're like, there's no way I can afford that, I may jump down to 15,000 just to cover a burial and then work my way back up, right? Or if I say 40,000 is going to be 306 and they don't say anything, I'm just going to sit there and wait. The first person who talks loses. And so they may say, that's a little bit too much for me. That's a lot different than, holy cow, I can't afford that, right? So now I may say, okay, no problem. Let's adjust it down a little bit. Why don't we go down to 30,000 and see if that works for you? Okay. Now, when I go down a little bit, I'm going to start doing a multiple choice close. Okay. I don't want to give yes or no answers, yes or no, because if they say no, you're going to walk yourself right out of helping that family get protected. Okay. So you're going to give them multiple choice questions. By doing that, you're just going to say like this. Okay. So 25,000, that's going to be, looks like that one's going to be $249 a month. Let it sink in, right? That's what that space is there for. Okay, so the only thing we have left to do is submit a request. Do you want to submit a request for 25,000 or do you want to do the 40,000? I don't know if I can afford that. Okay, how about we go down to 20,000? Okay, so 20,000, this will pay for your burial and it'll get you some extra final expense money too if something were to happen to you. Remember, and sometimes I'll just throw in a little bit of extra closing in there. Remember, you got the terminal illness rider in there as well. And so if something happens to you and you become terminally ill, you can withdraw 50% of the policy. So 20,000 is only going to be $226. Do you want to submit a request for 20,000 or would you like to go to 25,000? I like to do the 25,000. Okay, perfect. I have Christy down as your beneficiary. Is that who you want to put in there? Then you're just moving on down the road. You're done selling. No more selling. You oversell it, you're going to talk yourself right out of it. Okay. And that's what a lot of people do. Once they start, once that person closes them, they don't realize that the deal is done, the sale is done. And so at that time, they just keep talking and selling, and then they talk themselves right out of it. Right. And we don't want to do that. Once they agree on a price, go to the beneficiary, put it in there, take the payment information. You don't even need to talk about it anymore. Okay. And that's how you do a top-down close. Okay. Now I'm going to open it up for some questions here. And then what we're going to do, we're having a role play marathon tonight, guys, meaning that we're going to do role play. The whole goal is to get as many people on here to do role play as possible. We're going to go to 1 o'clock in the morning or until all of you guys give up. All right. If there's nobody on here, no big deal. That's okay. I'm here to provide value and help you guys get better. That's the whole purpose of this. Okay. So who has a question? I know you had a question, Vadim.
So hey, the way I've been trained so far is to not offer 3 different types of policies, but just one type of policy and like basically 2 different price points, because they're worried people get confused, but it seems like you haven't had a problem with that.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, usually that's the way I do it. Yep. And if that's the way you want to do it, you can do it that way. No problem. Right.
I just want to make sure you haven't had a problem confusing people doing it your way.
No, I don't. And the reason why is because I explain it very well. Right.
Okay.
And the reason why is because when I'm building the value of that Americo policy, if you notice, pretty much all the term policies are all the same with Americo. They all have the face value. They all have the 100% chronic, 100% critical, and 100% terminal. The only difference is one of them continues on his whole life. The other one doesn't continue on, but it gives you your money back. And the other one doesn't give you any money back and it doesn't continue on.
That's pretty simple.
Yeah. So it's pretty simple. And so that's kind of why I show it to them that way. But really with another carrier or something like that, then I'll do it, just one policy and then do them a three choice question on that one.
All right. Thanks for pointing that out. It looks good.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Any other questions?
Do you prefer the top down or the 3 options? Which one do you typically present?
I like the top down, to be honest with you, Lisa. I do. Because a lot of times people want more coverage than what we actually find the need for. Right. So let's say a whole life policy, they need 15,000 for burial and final expenses. Now, final expenses are just in case, people are kind of confused a little bit, because we're marketing to final expense leads, right? Well, final expenses are your burial, but also a lot of times when people die, there's extra costs. There's credit card bills that somebody couldn't afford, their new medications. They may have medications that are $600 a month. So people will put them on their credit card bills, right? They have living care that they have to pay for. There's all kinds of final expenses. So that's why I called that, usually people, when they die, they leave an extra final expenses behind. So we usually put in 5,000 for that, right? So now I got the premium up to 20,000. Okay. 15,000 for the burial, 5,000 for the final expenses. Now I'm at 20,000. And then I'll ask them, now, do you have any kids? Do you have any grandkids? I get to know them a little bit. Yeah, I have kids and I have grandkids. How many grandkids do you have? I have 4. Okay. Most of my clients like to leave a little bit behind to the grandkids as like a last love letter. Okay. I have some clients that want to leave 1,000 behind. I have some clients that want to leave 5,000 behind. Which do you prefer? Now notice I didn't say, do you want to leave some behind? I gave them 2 choices, multiple choice, right? I gave them 2 choices and I said, which do you prefer?
Nice.
And if they say $1,000, no problem. Now I'm at 24,000. Okay, I'm at 24,000 here. Now I'm going to show them a top-down close, right? Normally, America will go up to 40,000, or Mutual of Omaha will go up to 50,000. Mutual of Omaha is now at 50,000. Okay, so normally, some of my clients want to know what the maximum amount of value is, and the reason why is because it's always good to have enough coverage. And sometimes, I mean, if funerals cost 15,000 now, 20 years ago, they cost maybe 5 to 7,000. And I'm sure you don't want to die tomorrow, right? You're not planning on it, are you? No, you're probably going to live another 20 years. So if they're at 15,000 now, what do you think they're going to be in 20 years? You know, let's make sure you have enough coverage. So I know you need 25,000 for right now, but let's show you 40,000. And if you can't afford it, no problem. We can just go down from there. Right. So then I show them 40,000, and then I go down from there if they can't afford it. Right. So my goal is to fit it into their budget.
Okay.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes, very much. And when you take away, so you're taking away benefits, not, well, if you can't afford 40, let's go down to 30. You're not saying it like that. You're taking away a benefit, right?
Now it depends. It depends. So if I'm at 40 and I know they need 24,000, right? Because of everything we calculated. 15,000 for the burial, 5,000 for the final expense, 4,000 for 1,000 a piece per grandkid. They got 4 grandkids, right? Follow me?
Yep.
So that's 24,000. If I show them a price at 40,000 and they say, no, I can't afford that, I may ask them, do you want to go down to 30,000? Yeah, sure. Now I'm not taking away any benefits because there's no benefits to be taken away, right? Because we know they need 24,000.
Gotcha.
Right? But if I show them a price at 30 and they say, you know what, I can't afford that. What's 20,000? Okay, let me show you a price at 20,000. Now you'll have your burial and your final expense covered, but you won't be able to leave anything behind to the kids, to the grandkids. Now I'm taking away benefits, right? Okay. And then they say, let's say I give them a price at 20 and they're like, no, I can't afford that. Okay. Well, we're kind of getting down to the nitty gritty here. I know you want to at least have your 15,000 paid for the funeral. You're not going to leave any extra money behind at 15,000. Do you want to see 15,000? Yeah. Okay. 15,000 is going to be 189. Now, do you want to do the 15,000, or would you like to leave some extra behind as well for final expenses or what have you with the 20,000? Right. I'm kind of driving it in there. You want to do the funeral expense at 15,000, or do you want to do the funeral and the final expenses at 20,000? Which one best fits you? Which one is going to be more affordable for you?
Yep.
Okay. And then they'll tell you, you just sit back and wait. And then when they tell you, you're done. You just did your job. Now you're just moving on down the road and getting the beneficiary, getting the payment information and going.
Cool.
Does that make sense, Lisa?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I want to ask a question about the final expense. When somebody passes away, who are they gonna bill to pay that final expense bills? Like, are they gonna bill the family? I didn't think they could do that.
I don't know.
Like what I'm trying to say is, because I had a client that said, well, when I die, I don't have to worry about it. Whoever, I'm not gonna pay no credit card bills and final expense bills.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I don't know. Every credit card company is different. If there's any tax liabilities, they'll look for next of kin. Every state is different. So I don't worry about that.
Can I comment on that?
But I do want to make sure that hold on a second. I do want to make sure that they do have that extra money in there in case something like that does happen. And worst case scenario, there's no extra bills. Guess what? Then they just left a little bit extra behind to their loved one.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, does that make sense, Hytham?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Kelly. You got a
Yeah,
comment?
from my experience with my mother and two of my close friends that I assisted in taking care of stuff, especially if there's no will, like even for myself being the only child, my mom's estate still went into probate. And with that, there was outstanding medical bills and other things that can be attached to the estate during probate, and someone's got to take care of that. So me being the executor had to step in and make sure that stuff was taken care of so that the probate was clear.
There you go. There you go. Now, every state is different. Okay.
Mhm.
So in his state, they will attach it. He's in Colorado, by the way. Okay. So just kind of be aware of that. So I don't really worry about that question. I just put it on there. And if they give me feedback like they gave you, Hytham, and they said, you know what, I'm not going to have to pay any credit card bills. I don't have to worry about that. I just say, okay, no problem, and move on. You know, I'm not going to argue with anybody. The worst thing you can do on a phone call is argue with a client. The worst thing you can do is cause contention, right? Always agree and then share your point of view. Okay. I totally understand. I totally understand. I totally feel what you're talking about. But what I found is that feel, felt, found. Right. Any other questions?
Hey, I have a question real quick. So going back to the three options and the top down sell,
Yeah.
like how do you know like which one to use? Like, because every appointment is different, you know. So how do you know, okay, I'm gonna use the top down sell this at this appointment right here? I'm gonna use it, you know, three option sell, you know, and then which one? That's the first question. And which one do you use the most consistently?
So I use the top down one consistently, right? I
Okay.
always show the maximum amount. And another reason why is because remember last week we talked about price conditioning, right? If you show the max value first, knowing that they're not going to take it, you can even tell them that don't worry, I understand you're not going to afford this, be able to afford this, but I need to show you this just so you can kind of be aware of what the value is of it. You can even tell them, right? But it's going to get the price out there because the reality of it is no matter what price you tell them, there's going to be a shock, right? You could tell them $200 for $5 million of coverage, $200 a month. It could be a shock, right? So you want to get that out of a way without it being the real price, right? And so the best way to do that is by showing one of the best ways to do that is by showing max value, right? You can use a term 100 or a CBO 100 term policy and say, look, they go up to 450,000. You know, I'm going to show you the max value. I know it may be out of your budget. No problem. We'll fit it into your budget. But I just wanted to show you this so you can kind of be aware that it's out there for you if that's what you want. Okay. You're 70 years old, 450,000. That's going to be $1,600 a month. Okay. Do you want to adjust it down or are you comfortable with that? Right. 2 questions, always multiple choice, right? Do you want to adjust it down or are you comfortable with that? I didn't say, do you want to apply for that? That's a yes or no question. 50% of the time it's going to be no. Now you're dead in the water, right? Well, you're not dead. You can still go, but if you give them a multiple choice question, they have to answer it. If you don't give them a multiple choice question, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. If you give them a multiple choice question, if they don't want to answer it, they have to think outside the box to answer something else that you just asked them. And most people don't want to do that, right? So they have to think of something else rather than the 2 questions that you asked them. So on a $450,000 policy, I had a 70-year-old. He wanted, and America will do 20 years. So he was covered all the way till 90 for heart attack or for critical, chronic, and terminal. And he pays $1,600 a month. Why is that a value to him? Well, he's 70 years old. It's more likely to pay out if he has a heart attack, stroke, cancer, anything. Can't perform 2 of the daily 6 living activities rather than him dying. If he dies, yeah, his wife gets the money, but he knows that it's more likely to pay out in the next 20 years from 70 to 90 for the living benefits than anything else. So $1,600 a month is way worth it to him because he's going to get a $450,000 benefit, right? So the top-down close is the way I like to show it because it serves more than one purpose. You can price condition high, and then you can say, okay, no problem. I understand. Let's see if we can fit it into your budget. Your mortgage is 250,000. Let's go down to 250 and I'll get you a price on that one. Okay. And then if they say, well, I mean, you give them the price, and if they say, well, that's a little bit too high still. Okay. I have a lot of clients that want to do half the mortgage. Half the mortgage of 255 or 250 is 125. 125 is going to be blah, 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 blah. Now we do the multiple choice, right? Are you comfortable with the blah, 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 blah? Or do you want to see what 150 is? Let's see what 150 is, right? Because they may want more coverage. I had a guy yesterday that was just going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then I just closed him. I said, look, if something were to happen, or I mean, I said, the only thing we need left to do is to submit a request to the carrier. We don't even know if you've been approved. So I don't want to get you all excited about this policy and then all of a sudden they decline you. So let's submit a request and see if we can even get you approved. Do you want to submit for the blank or do you want to submit for the blank? Multiple choice, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to answer one of those. Well, let's submit for the blank. Okay, boom. Sale's done. I'm done selling. I'm moving on down the road to the beneficiary, getting the payment information, closing the deal, protecting the family, getting paid. Does that answer your question, Nacho?
Oh yeah, man. I like that.
Okay,
Thank
perfect. Who's next? Vadim, you got another one?
Yeah, I've got a client. I called up. She's 77. She already has final expense, but she wanted mortgage protection. And so I was just thinking about selling her another whole life policy that's considered final expense, but just we'll use it towards paying the mortgage protection. Does
Yep.
that make sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. You can use it towards, you could say it that way. You could say you can use this towards paying mortgage protection. What I like to do is call it equity protection.
Equity protection. Okay.
Why is it equity protection? Well, if you were like my mom, I mean, you know, this is a whole life policy. It's going to be cheaper for you to get a whole life policy at your age than a term policy, because a term policy at 77 would probably run you about $1,800 a month.
Wow.
You don't want to
Okay.
spend $1,800 a month, do you? No. And so say, okay, we're going to talk about equity protection. You have, I don't know, $80,000 in equity, right? If you die and George can't make that payment on the house, the bank don't care. They're going to come and take the house from George. And all that equity that you have will probably be gone. I'm sure you don't want that equity to go to the bank or to anybody else but your son, right? Yes. Okay. So let's at least get you enough payments in here, enough time, enough benefit in here so that George can make that monthly payment while he has time to fix up the house and he has time to put it on the market and he has time for it to sell, because you know the way the market is, it's slowing down. It's going to take 60 to 90 days probably to sell that house. And if he can't make that mortgage payment, the house is gone. Okay. Then what you do is you calculate 6 months time. If you want to do a multiple choice close, you calculate 6 months time, 12 months time, and maybe 2 years or a year and a half, right? This year and a half will be this price. If you want to give him 12 months, that'll be this price. If you want to give him 6 months, that'll be this price. Okay. If you want to do a top down close, it's pretty much the same thing. You know, look, max value is going to be 40,000. And for Americo, or Mutual of Omaha, it's going to be 50,000. And so that'll give him about 3.5 years of time. Okay. Calculated out, that's going to be $350 a month. Is that affordable for you, or do you want to adjust it down? How much is 25,000? Okay. 25,000 is going to give you about 2 years and a month. So why don't we just look at 2.5 years? That'll be 30,000. 30,000 is gonna be, I don't know, 220. Are you comfortable with the 30,000, or do you want to submit a request for the 40,000? I'm comfortable with the 30. Okay. Boom. Now you're getting the beneficiary, getting the payment information and closing the deal. Does that make sense, Vadim? Got it. Okay.
I have a question to increase my speed. So it's so anyway, I had a over the phone appointment today, but it took quite very long to go through some of the health questions. So I'm wondering, should I have had more? I didn't want to make any assumptions because it was my first appointment. So I read through all the questions for the Americo CBO 100. It was kind of long. And then the guy ended up not qualifying, which was really annoying. I'm like, wow, I feel like I could have figured that out a little sooner. I'm not sure
Why
why.
didn't
So I'm
you
wondering.
qualify?
Well, it didn't say. It just said based on one of the questions answers you mentioned, but I'll tell you this. He had pre-diabetes before. He's not taking any medications. He did have a heart attack. He's only taking a medication for high blood pressure. Nothing else. He seemed pretty all right. No issues with like COVID or felonies or anything. Well, there's only one question with that, but it was like a long time ago.
Mhm.
So I'm not, it didn't really
So,
say why. he
okay,
didn't
so
qualify.
just real quick, I just want to kind of stay on topic here, but since you
Oh,
asked the
sorry.
no, that's okay. Since you asked the question, Tanya, I'll answer it. On the forum, there's all these health questions right here.
Yeah.
These questions are designed to get you past the questions on the actual application. Because once you look at those, once they answer those questions, then you're gonna determine you'll see all of the health conditions that they have. Then you go to your cheat sheets and say, okay, they have high blood pressure. He's on 3 high blood pressure medicines. You look up high blood pressure and it'll say Americo term decline. So that means that he still may get past the MIB, but if you answer one of those questions as a no, it's going to decline him. So if you look at the cheat sheet and you answer, and they've answered all the health questions correctly, and you look at the cheat sheet and those health conditions are not on there, or they are on there, but it's they say approved or allowed, then you can literally write that application and get through all the health questions by answering no.
Okay.
So those questions on that financial inventory are designed to help you get past the application.
Makes sense.
Okay. So, okay, cool. Any other questions regarding the closing processes? Nope. Okay. Let's start some role play. Who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Okay.
Someone else. I don't know.
All right, Tanya. You want
Oh, wait,
to be?
this is for mortgage?
No, you can do whatever you want. You can do a mortgage call, or you can do a whole life final expense call. Let's say this client, let's spice it up a little bit.
I have one tomorrow.
You have a mortgage tomorrow?
Well, it's for term. I'm not sure if it's for mortgage. They have a whole life, they want term. So I'm assuming it could be.
Okay. How old is the person?
I just have to run back through that again. Goodness. Sweet home. Terry, okay, I found the name. Give me one quick second. And look, 53.
Okay. 50-year-old male?
And yep, and his wife.
Okay.
I don't know her age though.
Okay. So have you gone through all the health questions with them, or are you going to sit with them for the first thing tomorrow?
Sit with them tomorrow.
I see. Okay. So do you want to practice that one?
Yep.
Okay. I'll be the
Yes.
client. I'll be the client.
Okay.
You be the agent.
All right.
Okay. Ring, ring. Hello?
Hello, Sean.
Hi.
Yes. Hello, Sean. This is Tanya Lambert calling. Oh, wait, are we starting from the very beginning or when I get to their door?
Yep, so set the appointment and then just kind of walk through it, pretend you're in the house. I mean, obviously you're gonna do a telesale because we're on the phone here, but or on a Zoom, but just pretend you're in the house, okay? So set the appointment first, and then we'll just transition to the in-home.
Okay, well, to go off my memory then, I've been practicing, but feels a little weird. All right,
Just do the best you can, no judgment here.
okay,
All right,
ring ring.
hello?
Hello, Sean. This is Tanya Lambert calling. We're calling you back. Well, I am responding to your inquiry, or what am I saying? Sorry. I recently got your information regarding your interest in life insurance or, ooh, let me just pull up my notes. I'm like blinking, even though I studied it. I don't understand why I'm forgetting this right now.
That's
Ooh.
okay. You got this.
Um, shoot. Here we go. Cheat sheets.
Take your time.
Here we go.
We got till
Oh,
1 o'clock
here
in
we
the
go.
morning.
I was about to say we're only here till 1 o'clock.
No, I'm trying to move quickly here so someone else can get a chance. All right. So, hello, Sean. My name is Tanya Lambert. I'm a licensed medical underwriter for the state of Oregon and Lynn Benton County. I'm just getting back to you regarding a form that shows that you may be interested in life insurance or mortgage protection. Is that still something you're looking for?
Sure, yeah. What do you got for me? How much is it, by the way?
So, as a licensed medical underwriter, we first have to see if you qualify for the insurance or not. So I just have a few questions that they require that I ask you. I see a date of birth of April 4th, 1961.
Sure. That's right.
And okay. And I also see an address of 123 Helen Court, Sweet Home, Oregon.
Yep, that's correct.
Now, is this, as the licensed medical underwriter, the life insurance companies require that I go over some information with you and ask you some qualifying questions. I'm just the eyes and ears of the insurance carriers, not the insurance sales lady. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So many people, they fill out these forms because they want to know, or they want to make sure that when they pass away, there are no burdens left behind, like burial or cremation, or maybe they just want to leave some money behind for their family. Is this something you're looking for or something different?
Uh, well, yeah, that's what I was looking for. I just want to leave 10,000 behind.
Okay, perfect. Sean, are you a smoker or non-smoker?
A smoker?
Are you single, married, widowed, or divorced?
Married?
Okay. Are you currently working, retired, or disabled?
I'm disabled.
All right. Any adult children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
62.
Oh, excuse me. How many children do you have?
2.
Oh, okay, sorry. Pardon me. I thought I heard 62.
You did. I was teasing you.
Okay, perfect. Well, there are a dozen of options that you can potentially qualify for. They're all non-medical. They don't require any blood, urine, needles, or any doctor's appointments. All they do is that they require that as a medical underwriter, I come down to your home and sit with you and your wife for about 20 minutes to make sure that you're who you say you are, that no one's trying to get insurance in your name, and make sure that there's no fraud being committed. Also, they want me to make sure that you're not hospitalized, bedridden, or hooked up to an oxygen tank full time. That's not you, right?
No.
Okay. So, okay. Pardon me.
Drop some comments in the chat, guys. Let her know how she's doing.
So I'm
Keep
like
going. You
reading
don't
off the
need to look at
script.
that right now, Tanya. Just focus on what we're talking about. When we're done,
Okay,
look at the chat.
all right.
Don't worry about
Um,
the chat.
okay, so they, let me just try to go off from what I remember, but anyway. Um, so, okay, so the insurance company, so they have me dispatched to your area tomorrow or Saturday. And so my schedule is pretty booked. However, I do think I can squeeze you in sometime tomorrow morning or afternoon. What, are you a morning person, Sean, or an afternoon person?
Morning person.
Morning person. And so, barring any particular appointments with the doctor, do you think you might be available anytime at either 10:15 a.m. tomorrow or 10:45?
10:15.
Would your wife be available at that time?
No.
Is there another time where you and your wife will be available together?
Probably not. She works at night and I work
I
during.
see. Okay. Uh, so if not tomorrow, is there another day, maybe on the weekend, that you and your wife be available?
Probably Saturday.
Okay. And you said you're a morning person. Is there a time in the morning when you and your wife will be available together for me to sit down with you both?
Probably 10:30.
Okay, 10:30. I do have an opening at that time, so that works out perfectly. So with that being said, I will be sitting down with you both at that time. When you confirmed your address with me, when I come to your home, would it be easy for me to find the numbers of your home on the side of the house or on the mailbox?
They're on the mailbox.
Okay, great. And what's the color of your home?
Red.
Red.
Can't miss it.
Any,
Only
okay,
red
perfect.
house in the neighborhood.
Oh, okay, good. So any gate codes that I have to be concerned about to get
Oh
into the
no,
to
I don't even
access
have
the
a gate.
property?
I don't even
Okay,
have a gate.
no gates. Okay, awesome. Any dogs I should be concerned about?
Absolutely. I have one big, huge dog and he bites everybody.
Okay. So with that in mind, is how would I be able to get past the dog so I can get to your front door?
Oh, that's a great question. I'll just put him away in the room, but you don't mind any barking, do you?
You kind of cut out there, but I'm assuming that you would move the dog out of the way for me to get to
Yeah,
the
so
front door.
I'll put the dog in the bedroom, but you don't mind barking, do you?
Okay. I don't, not at all. I
Okay.
love dogs. Okay. Um, all right. So then for you, oh, wait a second. All right, well, that works out just fine. So when I come to your home, for you to recognize me, I'll be driving a black Kia Forte. My hair will be in braids and I will also have my ID. And so that you know that it's me, I'm actually going to text you my e-business card, which actually will have my license number, which you can actually verify with the state of Oregon to make sure that I am who I say that I am.
Mhm.
And and when I get to your home, I'll actually present to you the same ID so you can see that, I am the same person that you spoke with on the phone. So, Sean, do you have a pen and paper?
I do.
Can you just write down our appointment for tomorrow? Sorry, Saturday.
Don't worry, I'll remember it.
Okay, well, not a problem. So then what I'll also do too is I will be sending you a confirmation text of that appointment that we have set for this Saturday. So that way you can add it to your calendar.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Sean. It was a pleasure speaking with you, and I'll see you and your wife this Saturday.
Okay. Awesome. Good job. Now, I want to commend you for getting on here because I know that was a little bit a little bit rough for you doing it in front of all these people, right? So good job for that, Tanya. Is it okay to give you some constructive
Yes, please.
criticism?
It was a little chop messy, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, when we're just setting appointments, at first I didn't know what you were doing. It sounded like you were trying to sell a policy to me over the phone.
Mm,
When we're setting appointments, we don't even want to talk about sales, right? The only purpose is to set the appointment. And you can do that quickly. You can take a little bit longer, build a little bit of rapport. It just really all depends on the client, right? Super simple, set the appointment. And here's a good set the appointment script. Okay, play along with me. I'll do it. Okay, you ready? You're going to be the client. Ring,
okay.
ring.
Hello, who's this?
Yeah, Tanya, this is Sean. I'm just giving you a call back here regarding that form that was filled out online. This is in regards to the final expense and burial programs that are going on statewide right now. I got your date of birth here as 9/16/1985. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they just want us to go over the options with you. I don't have time to do it right now. I got your address as 123 Main Street, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm just calling to set up a time to do that. Are you married, single, divorced, widowed?
Single.
Single? Perfect. What time do you usually get back in the door from work?
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Well, they got me dispatched out in the area tomorrow. I got a pretty busy day. I don't have a 4 p.m., but I do have a 4:30. Would that work for you?
That works fine.
That works fine? Okay, great. I'll put you down for 4:30. Do me a favor, grab a pen and paper. By state law, I need to give you my state license.
Mm. Got it.
Okay, so write down my name, Sean Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
My license number is 20568791. And then since you have your pen and paper there, write down the appointment tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Mm.
I'm sorry, I said 4:30, didn't I?
4:30.
4:30. 4:30. And then write down next to it, important. Important. Okay. Now, what color
Right.
house do you have?
White,
White house. What color trim?
gray.
Gray. Okay. So I drive a blue F-150. Is it okay to park in the driveway or do you want me to park out in the street?
Out in the street.
Okay, no problem. So I'm a bald guy. I drive a blue F-150. And so if you see a bald guy getting out of a blue F-150, please put the shotgun away, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. Now, as I walk into the front door, are there any dogs that I need to jump over?
Nope.
Okay, perfect. Well, I got you down for 4 o'clock. Do me one last favor. If you could give me like a 15 to 30-minute window, I may be running late. I have, what, 6, 7 appointments ahead of you, but it shouldn't take long. But if I do get done a little bit early, I may stop by a tad bit early. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Looking forward to meeting you tomorrow at 4:30. You have a great evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, now let me kind of analyze that for you and help you understand what I just did. I said everything on purpose. Okay, first of all, the first thing I said was I'm calling in regards to that form that was filled out. I didn't say you filled it out. I said that was filled out. Okay, because if I say you, now you may tell me back, well, I didn't fill that out. I'm not dealing with
You're
any
breaking
of
up,
that
Sean.
kind of
I don't know if
objection.
anyone else can hear you, but
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
no, I can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can. I can.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
that's good.
So I'm calling about that form that was filled out. I didn't say you filled it out because if I say you may come back and say, well, I didn't fill out that form. I'm not going to deal with any type of an objection like that, right? If I don't say it, I don't have to deal with it, right? Then I said the final expense programs that are going on statewide right now. All final expense programs are all statewide. Everything is regulated by the statewide insurance, right? But the way I worded it, it
Mhm.
sounds like a big sale that's going on, right? And everybody likes sales, everybody likes to save money, right? I'm just calling to verify some information. I can't do this right now. I got your date of birth as 1/23/75. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes. Now I'm going to start clearing the schedule, and I'm going to find out if they're married, right? I want to find out if they're married, single, divorced before I set the appointment,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because if I set the appointment and then find out, I may have to change it if they're married.
Mm.
Okay. So I'm going to say, are you married, single, divorced, widow? I'm married. Okay. Perfect. What time do you and the wife usually get home from work? 4 o'clock. Okay. Perfect. Now I'm a busy guy. Okay. I'm taking control of the situation. I'm not letting them take control of the situation. I'm taking control. Okay. I'm setting your appointment on my schedule. I'm not going onto your schedule. Okay. So the way I do that is I'd say, oh, let me see what I got here. I don't have a 4 o'clock. You don't want to set it at the exact time they come home, because just like everybody else, when you come home, you don't want somebody following you into the driveway, knocking on your door, same time you walk in the door. You want to have some time to settle down, maybe grab a bite to eat, take a shower, go to the bathroom, do whatever you got to do, right? So I'm not going to set it at that time anyways. So I'm just going to tell them I don't have a 4 o'clock, but I do have a 4:30, or you can do multiple choice. I got a 4:30 or I have a 5:25. Which one of those is better for you? 5:25. Okay, perfect. Now, this is where you grab the pen. Why do I have them grab the pen to write down my state license? Well, for one, if I make them write down something and I tell them it's required by law, they have more of a chance to get up out of their chair, go grab a pen and write it down, right? Why is it important to write things down? Well, multimillionaires and multi-billionaires gurus out there always say, write down your goals. Why do you write down your goals? Because it's important to remember, right? And if it's important to remember your goals, it's important. There you go. Drake's holding up Jim Rowe, right? It's all written down. Write down your goals. So you have them. The way to get them to grab the pen is to tell them to write down by state law, you need to give them your state license number. Now, it is a state law that you need to show them your license, right?
Yep.
So what I'm going to do is just say, grab a pen. I'm going to have you write down my state license number as we're required to by the state of blah, blah, blah. Okay, hold on a second. Let me grab a pen. Perfect. No problem. Take your time. I'll wait. So they grab a pen. Now I'm going to have them write down a whole slew of information that they didn't even think about. So my name is Sean Simpson. My state license number is 123456789. By the way, since you already have your pen and paper there, go ahead and write down the appointment tomorrow at 4:30, and then write down the word important. Important. I said it 2 times on purpose, right? You say it 3 times, it's even more important, right? But when you say something more than once, let me ask you this. I mean, we were all kids one time. When mom and dad told us something more than once, was it important? Yeah, it was like super important. Look at she's over there shaking her head. No.
I was that type of kid. I couldn't even lie.
So yeah, so you have them write down important, right? So then after that, you're gonna after you have them write down, now you're gonna ask them what color the house is. Okay, they got it written down. I don't care if they throw away the piece of paper, it's in their brain. Because when you write down something, your brain creates a neural pathway in your brain to remember that. And the reason why is because your brain is actually slowing down to write something down. You're thinking about it really fast. When you think of something, you think really fast. But when you write something down, you can't think really fast because your hand can't move that fast.
Mm-hmm.
So it creates a neural pathway to help you remember it. So they can throw it away for all I care. They know the appointment is tomorrow. Now, if you notice, the way I'm going to set the appointment is I'm going to lead them through a path of visualizing me coming over to their house, getting out of my vehicle and walking in the door. And then they're going to tell me that I can come over to their house. They're going to tell me, yes, you can come over. And I did that with you, whether you caught it or not. The way I do that is I say, okay, what color is your house? Brown. What color is your trim? It's white. Now you're visualizing a brown and white house, right? Now I say, okay, I drive a blue F-150. Would you like me to park in the driveway or the street? You said the street. Now they're thinking of their house. They're thinking of outside in their front street and a blue F-150 coming up and parking in the street. Okay. Now I'm going to ask them, I'm going to let them know I'm a bald guy. And if you see a bald guy getting out of the truck, put the shotgun away. And I get a little chuckle every time, right? Lighten the mood. But now what are they visualizing? Their house, a blue truck pulling up, and a bald guy getting out of the truck, starting to walk up the door. Right? All right, who's unmuted?
Looks like she lost internet.
Okay. Can you hear me, Tanya? Okay. So now a bald guy is getting out of the truck and walking up to the house. Now, the next thing I said was, as I walk into the door, are there any dogs that I need to jump over? Now, guess what they're visualizing? Me walking in the door, right? And then I said, okay. And you told me, nope, there's no dogs. And I said, okay, no problem. One last favor I need to ask you. Now listen to how I say this, because I'm going to get them to say, yes, you can come over. I need to ask you a favor. I have about 8 appointments ahead of you. I'm going to ask you to give me about a 15 to 30 minute window, because I may be running a tad bit late. But if I do get done a little bit early, I'm going to stop by a little bit early. Is that okay? Yes, we'll be home all night. They just told me, yes, you can come over. Yes, come on over, right? So I just took them from setting an appointment to visualize me coming over to the house, walk in the front door, and then tell me, yes, you can come over. Okay. Now that is how you get about 80 to 90% of your appointments to show up. Okay. Now, if you don't remember all of that, this is being recorded, so you guys can go back and re-listen to this once it's put on the YouTube channel. Okay. All right. So we got a while here. So let's just set some appointments to give everybody a chance. Who wants to go next?
Can I go next?
Sure. How do you say your name, by the way?
Hi, everybody. My name is Mytania. You guys can
Mytania.
call me T or Tanny for short. I know it's very long.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
No
Awesome.
problem.
Thank you for being willing to come on here and do this. Awesome. Who wants to be, do you want to be the client or the agent?
I want to be the agent. We're setting appointments right now.
Yeah, well, let's set some appointments. And then let's say this person is going to be 72 years old.
Okay.
And then they filled out a final expense form. Kelly, do you want to be the client? I seen you raise your hand. You can be the client, and then you guys can just switch right after that. Kelly will be the agent, you'll be the client, T.
Okay.
All right.
Certainly.
All right. Go ahead, Kelly. I'm sorry. Go ahead, T.
Ring ring.
Hello.
Hey, Kelly. This is Mytania. I'm getting back to you because you filled out a form that talked about protecting your family with some final expense when you pass away.
How do
I'm
I
that
know
medical-
you?
You filled out this form. It got back to us. You definitely don't know me, but I have your info right here. I'm that medical field underwriter that's going to be getting this information out to you that you requested. I just need to verify some information here. I have your age at 72 and your address at 123 Main Street. Is all that correct?
How'd you get that information?
You filled out the form either via an ad or a mailer, and it came into our office. And we're just trying to get this information out to you so we can get this case closed and stop the calls.
Must
you
have been my
retired?
wife.
Are you retired or working right now?
Oh, I've been retired for about good 15 years.
Okay, all right. And you did mention that you had a wife. What's wife's name?
Nancy.
Nancy. All right. I'm going to be dispatched out into your area for the next couple of days. Let me see what I have available right here. I have a 1 o'clock or a 4 o'clock tomorrow. Which one of those times works for you and Nancy?
Well, at least it's not in the morning because I stay up till 2 o'clock and sleep until about 10. So probably doing supper about 5. So I guess 1 o'clock would have to work.
Okay, that's perfect. That's going to work. Go ahead and grab a pen and paper. I'm going to give you a verification code that's going to be needed during the appointment.
What's this for again?
Just to verify that you were the same person that I talked to over the phone.
Nancy? Oh, gosh darn her. Okay. Okay.
All right. The security code is 7W52.
Oh, that's fast.
Oh, 7W52.
5-2.
Yeah.
All right.
I got you down for tomorrow. That's the 18th at 1 p.m.
So you're coming over here?
Yes. Yes, sir. You also can put my name down. It's a little long. I apologize. That's MYTANEIA, and my license number is 1234. Can you read all that back to me just to make sure we got everything down?
Just testing, huh? Something about a secret code. 7W as in William 5552.
Perfect.
You're gonna come over and visit at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Sorry, we'll be done with, well, it's not lunch, it's like brunch, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce this thing. But MyTANEIA.
Yes, that's great.
Okay. And something about your driver's license being 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, sir. That is good. That's not my driver's license though. That's my my broker's license. Since we got everything down, I'm going to be pulling up in a Mazda around that time. Do you have any dogs that I need to know about?
Oh, you better watch out for Sasha.
Okay.
She's a lover. She's a lover.
Okay, a friendly dog. That's nice to hear. That's nice to hear.
Yeah, you just wait.
All right, you give me about 15 to 30 minutes of wiggle room that day. I am seeing about 10 to 15 families that day. I will give you a call if I'm going to be more than 30 minutes late. But, I look forward to helping you tomorrow at 1 and see you then.
Oh, alrighty then.
All right.
Nice work, T.
Ooh, that was nerve-wracking. Okay.
Nerve-wracking. You know what? You get all the nerves out on this call. That's the good thing about it. It's like nerveless after a while, right?
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
you
for
sounded-
you.
You sounded really good, actually, because he was giving you a hard time. He was playing somebody's grumpy old grandpa. So he was throwing some shade at you with some of those
Yeah.
comments. You weren't even phased at all, I thought. So you did excellent. You were real smooth.
Yeah,
Thank
your
you.
tone of voice was really good. You kept
Mhm.
calm, cool, collected. You chuckled every time he gave you a little bit of non good feedback, so to say. I think one of the tips that I would give you is to try to, are you doing in-homes or telesales, T?
I'm doing in-home final expense right now.
Okay, I would definitely work on nailing down the appointment more, because that's what's going to lower your no-shows, right? And I would rather have a no-show with a telesale than an in-home. The reason why is because they could be a half an hour or hour and apart, right? And
Yeah.
you're spending gas money to get there, right?
Yes.
And during that time, it takes time to get to the next one. So the more you nail down that appointment, the better it's going to be for you, and the better they're going to understand it, that
Okay.
you're going to show up anyways. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
But other than that, great job. Great
Thank
job.
you. Thank you.
Okay, so let's flip it around. Kelly, you're the agent. T, you're going to be the client.
Give him a hard
Okay.
time like he gave you.
Yeah, but
So let's do this. So T, you're the client. You're going to be 63-year-old female.
Okay.
And let's say you're married.
Okay.
can I do this for a telesales appointment? Or does
If
it have to be?
You want to do a one-call close, or do you want to just set the appointment for a telesale?
I would do a telesales because I ran into that a couple of times today, and I think that's, part of the opener that I need to work on a little bit, but
You want to do a one-call close, you mean, Kelly?
okay.
Okay, all right. Go for it.
Ring, ring, ring.
Hello.
Hey there, my Tanya. This is Kelly Gerards. I need to let you know I'm not a telemarketer, but I am the licensed underwriter for Montgomery County there in Texas. And I'm getting to you because your information was forwarded to me. Apparently, a form was filled out in regards to some coverage someone was looking to take out, whether it was final expense, mortgage protection, or so on and so forth. And so I just need to verify, was your birthday January 20th, 1958?
That's correct. Who is this again?
Yeah, my name's Kelly Gerards. I'm the licensed benefit coordinator there for the area by the state of Texas. And it's my job to make sure you get all the information that you requested. Now, can you do me a favor and grab a pen and paper? I got some very important information to give you.
This is for the insurance that I filled out?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, were you looking for final expense insurance, or were you looking for something different?
Final expense is definitely what I had in mind.
Okay, awesome. I'm glad we're talking. I can most definitely help you with that. Yes, so go ahead and grab that pen and paper.
Okay.
And if this is your cell phone, I'm going to go ahead and text you my credentials while you get that, please.
Okay. I received them.
Good deal. But I still want you to write down my license number, even though I sent my digital business card to you. And that license number is 197-14115. Can you repeat that back to me, please?
Yes, I have 197-14115.
Okay. And my first name is Kelly. That's with a Y, Kelly.
Okay.
Middle initial of my license is M for Michael.
Okay.
Last name is Gerards, and I'll spell that for you. It's G as in George, E as in Edward, R as in Robert, A as in Adam, R as in Robert, D as in David, S as in Sam.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing that you're 67. Now, was this just for yourself? Was there anyone else
I'm
in the home?
63.
63. My bad there. Most definitely. I appreciate that for the correction. Now, is this solely for you, or is there someone else in the household that's underinsured?
We were looking for something for me and my husband.
Okay. We'll most definitely take care of that. Now, are you a smoker?
No, but
No?
he is.
Okay. We're gonna talk about you first, and then we can talk about your husband. What is his name?
James.
James. And Mr. James, is he going to be the beneficiary on your situation? Is he the one that's going to take care of everything for you if you happen to pass before him?
Yes.
Okay. Any kids, grandchildren involved?
Just one kid. No
Just one child?
grandchildren, not yet.
It's just like me. I'm an only child. All right. And I know I was enough for my mom. Just me. That's all she needed.
We're waiting still. We're waiting.
Okay, good deal. Now, this is kind of how the process works. This is what we're going to do. We're going to have a little conversation. I'm going to get a chance to know you a little bit. I'm going to spend a couple of minutes talking about your health, asking some medical questions. There's not going to be any blood work that has to be done or medical exams or anything like that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about your finances. And because depending on your answers there, a couple of things are going to happen. One, we're going to be able to have enough information to take a look at the best carriers, because now I'm an independent broker, a licensed underwriter. And I've been given the authority and pointed directly with the carriers. I'm not, a sales agent, so to speak, working in a cubicle with 100 other agents. So I'm able to work directly with the carriers and do the shopping for you. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Awesome. Now, on that note, once we get that information, we're going to put you, I'm going to come up with a couple options. And based on the input, we're going to find an option that fits your situation best, that's going to give you the best coverage, that's going to cover your needs, but more importantly, that's going to fit your budget. Okay?
Okay, that sounds cool.
Awesome. Now, at that point, once we've come to that point, we're going to submit a request for approval, because the insurance company's got to look at you to make sure that you qualify for that particular plan. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. As well, along the way, when we do that, a couple of things the insurance companies are going to require. One is your driver's license or state ID number, just to verify your identity. Two, your social security number. Now, the reason why they need that is, once again, to verify you are who you say you are, but more importantly, to run the Medical Information Bureau report, the MIB report,
Okay.
to check out your health background as well as your medications. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's good. And lastly, Matanya, is they're going to require to have on file a credible financial institution like a bank or credit union, like an account and routing number, just to make sure that you're not attempting to commit, insurance fraud, which still happens. Fair enough?
I don't think I want to give my banking information out. Can I give you my Cash App?
No, the Cash App, that's a good point. That's a very common use of payment. But all the insurance companies, whether it's the ones that I work with or any other insurance company, just like when you get insurance for your automobile, okay, that insurance company is going to require that all your personal information, including a method of payment, because if you do get approved, of course you got to pay for it, right?
Okay.
And nothing's going to happen until we do get you approved at that point. All right.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and go through a few of the health questions. On a whole, how is your health in general? Have you had any heart issues, heart surgery, stents, high blood pressure?
Right now I have high blood pressure and asthma.
Okay. So for the high blood pressure, are you taking something like lisinopril, losartan, amlodipine, anything like that? One of those?
Lisinopril, I think, is the first one.
Okay. Now on the asthma, is it just an occasional asthma that comes up with the seasons and allergies and stuff? Or is it something that's continuous that you're on medication for?
Yeah, just around seasonal. So I do have a albuterol and a
Okay.
machine and maybe a couple inhalers here and there.
Okay. That's important to know, because sometimes medications can be prescribed for different conditions, and albuterol is one of those. But since you brought that up, that's very important, because albuterol can also be prescribed for COPD, which has a totally different ranking than asthma. And if that comes up on the medical records, some companies will look at it and think it's all automatically for COPD. But as long as I know, then I could make notes and contest it.
Okay, I
Pretty
didn't know
cool,
that.
huh? Yeah, it's pretty cool. So that's why we asked that. Now, how about diabetes? Are you diabetic at all?
No.
Good deal. Good deal. Praise God on that one. Any issues? Well, that's serious. I mean, that stuff can be bad news. But at any rate, any issues with the liver or the kidneys?
No.
Okay. Any issues with anxiety, seizures,
Um,
any nervous
anx-
system issues?
Anxiety here and there. I do get prescribed them, but I haven't been taking them.
Okay. What have you been prescribed? Do you know?
No.
Okay. 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 We'll take a look at that and see what comes up. Let's see here. What about COVID? A lot of the insurance companies are taking a serious look at COVID. Have you experienced COVID or been hospitalized for COVID in the last 12 months?
No. I stayed inside for 2 years.
It kind of changed the world a little bit, didn't it? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Now, I guess as far as on the final expense for yourself, are you looking at a conventional burial and funeral and memorial service or cremation?
Um, I definitely don't need all the bells and whistles, but I don't want to get cremated.
Okay. So a basic funeral. And once again, you're in Colorado, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we do know here in Colorado, with the plot, we have the headstone, we have the opening and the closing with a basic graveside service, not an in-house memorial, is still running about $10,000 to $15,000 these days. Does that sound familiar?
Oh goodness. I thought this would cost maybe around $6,000.
Maybe 10 years ago.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess that makes sense.
All right. So just make, if you got your pen and paper, go ahead and write that down. 10 to 15,000 for the basic.
Okay.
Now, on top of that, a lot of times there could be miscellaneous expenses because, sometimes when people check out, so to speak, or go stage left, they're fortunate and they go immediately, whether it's a heart attack or a major stroke or something like that. But sometimes we get sick and it takes a while. We could end up in the hospital and there's miscellaneous expenses and bills. And that's why we call it final expense. So do you feel that there would be any outstanding expenses that you'd like to have covered? A lot of my clients add an additional $5,000 for those final expenses, for those additional expenses. That way, James is protected a little bit and he doesn't have to dig in his pocket or, do a fundraiser or fish fry or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't have any debt right now, but that does make sense.
Okay, absolutely. So we'll put that down. And so at this point, just for a basic burial and graveside service, along with a final expense, we'll just say about $20,000
Okay.
face value even. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we are looking at do you know the difference between a term life and whole life insurance?
Not so much whole, but term, it ends.
Sure. That's why in the insurance industry we call term policies the terminators, because they terminate, and it's like leasing a house. You could be leasing the house for 5 years, and all of a sudden you move out, but you don't take any equity out with you, right? And so with the final expense, especially once we get above 60, we really look at whole life insurance because it's permanent. What that means is it's a permanent policy. The rates never increase, the benefits never decrease for as long as you live, even if you live to 120. All right.
Well,
It
that's good to
stays
know.
the same. So since you're 63 today, all right, and we're going to lock in a rate for a 63-year-old on the best plan that fits your budget, you're still going to be paying the same rate when you're 73. All right.
Okay.
Versus term policies can, depending on the company, can increase every 5 years. And when they terminate, they want you to renew. It's outrageous. So we're going to be looking at a whole life plan. And these are small affordable plans for people that are on a limited income each month like yourself. Correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay, good deal. Now, what I want to do first, I'm gonna put your information here into the system. We'll see what comes back. But while we're waiting on that, I think I should really tell you about some of the really awesome benefits with these couple of major carriers that we're going to look at. Now, did you write down the 20,000?
Yes.
Okay. So that's considered the death benefit. And what that means to you and to Mr. James is that's going to pay out immediately. We're going to be looking at a level benefit since you're not taking a whole bunch of medication. So we're going to shoot for a level benefit that pays immediately, no waiting period. And so this would be the 100% cash benefit that would be payable to Mr. James. Once again, 100% tax-free. So write that down.
Okay.
Totally tax-free. Also, this policy builds cash value. Okay. What that means to you and your husband is that over time, inside the policy, it builds cash value. That if there's a certain point that, maybe the refrigerator takes a dump and you need some extra money, you can actually withdraw from the policy. So it's like taking a loan out from yourself versus going to the bank or paying 21% interest on Sears account or something like that. Okay. Which is
Okay.
pretty nice. Pretty nice, don't you think?
Yes.
And it also has what's called living benefits, which is very, very important. Okay. Very, very important. And what that means to you is there's 3 major types of illnesses. And I want you to write these down. Okay. So we're going to start with critical. Okay.
Okay.
A critical illness could be something like heart surgery or liver or kidney failure or cancer. You're still alive and it's a critical illness and you may overcome it, you may not. We don't know that. But with a critical illness, if you ever got diagnosed with the critical illness or experienced that, I want you to write down $20,000.
Okay.
What that means to you, if you ever get diagnosed or experience a critical illness, you're able to withdraw the entire $20,000 from the policy to take care of whatever needs to be taken care of.
That's good to know.
Awesome. Yes, it is. Now I want you to write down chronic illness.
Okay.
Now, chronic illness being, there's 6 major living functions that are a necessity, like being able to take ourselves to the toilet, be able to feed ourselves, be able to transport ourselves from one point to the other, be able to address ourselves, things of that nature. So if there was ever a chronic illness that you were to experience that would prevent you from 2 of those 6 necessities, and you had to have someone else come in to take care of those things and help you with that, once again, I want you to write down $20,000.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Yes.
So once
20 for
again,
critical and 20 for chronic.
correct. So you have a $20,000 death benefit. Okay. However, if any of these 2 situations come up, you're able to subtract, take out of that policy up to the full amount if needed. I never really encourage it, but if it's needed, sometimes things are needed and it's there. It's there for you. It's your money. Okay. You follow me?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. Now, when we'll write down terminal illness,
Okay.
and I'm going to share a quick story on this one, and this is what I really wish my mother had in place. It would have saved a lot. A terminal illness is where the doctor, your good doctor, unfortunately diagnoses you with a terminal illness where you have less than 12 months to live. It could be metastatic cancer, Alzheimer's, something like that.
Okay.
because when my mother was diagnosed with cancer, it already had went metastatic, and when she was diagnosed, she passed away 2 months after that, and she didn't have any of this type of insurance in place.
Oh, goodness.
So someone had to take care of those expenses, and in this case, we want to make sure that Mr. James doesn't have to do that. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Definitely.
So next to that terminal, once again, write down $20,000. Another $20,000. So these are the living benefits. And so if you do get diagnosed with a terminal illness, once again, you and Mr. James can take up to the full face amount and get stuff taken care of. Because there's things that got to get taken care of. Or I don't know, if you want to go to Jamaica, you can. It's your money. Okay. Just had to lighten it up a little bit. But this is very, very, very important that you're doing. Okay. So what I like to do, because you know your finances better than I do, and what I'm going to do is come up with a few different options. Okay.
Okay.
Because we're looking at 20,000, but the truth of the matter, and I am required to let you know that you could potentially qualify up to the full amount of 40,000. Okay. That's the top face amount that this carrier will offer. Okay. I know you don't need it, but I am required to let you know that's what's available to you.
Okay.
All right. Now, I'm also going to do an option for 30,000, which is going to be about between the 20 and the 30. And once in, I just want to show you the differences between the different plans. And then you're going to tell me what to do next. Okay. And once we come up to a decision, then we're going to put in that request for approval. Fair
Okay.
enough?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. Now, the $40,000 face amount for a female, fortunately, you're a female non-smoker. Females are a lot less expensive than males. I don't know why. Maybe it's because men are known not to follow directions or something. So on the $40,000 face amount, that's only going to be $107 a month.
Okay.
Did you get that?
Yep. 107 for 40,000.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, for the $30,000 face amount, if I'm seeing this correctly, that's going to be down to about $87 a month. To write that down.
Okay.
Okay. And let's see here. On the $20,000 face amount, we're looking at about $75 a month. I want you to write that down. Okay.
Okay.
Now, just to review things for me, on the full living benefits, what are the three major living benefits that we have here for you?
I believe you said critical, chronicle, and terminal.
Correct. And what is available on those different living benefits for each one?
20,000.
Okay, so the full face amount. That's pretty cool, huh?
Yep. So with the other two options, they would switch over to that as well.
All of them have the same benefits.
Okay.
All that's different is the face amount. Okay. So for example, so we know that the 20,000 would pretty much cover the basic funeral, memorial service, the graveside, as well as 5,000 for the final expenses. Now the 30,000, of course, would cover the basics plus the final expenses, plus leave it an additional 10,000 for James and maybe your son.
Okay.
Okay. The 40,000, likewise, you would have an extra 20,000 for James and the family, or a charity, whatever you wanted to do. So out of these three options, and if we could get you qualified for it, which one of these options would you like to submit for the request to get approved?
I wanted to keep this around 100, and this actually was a lot cheaper than what I thought. So we can definitely
Sure.
go try for the 40,000. Am I able to adjust this if this becomes too much?
Absolutely. In state of Colorado, and fortunately a lot of states now, and it's by law, upon approval, of course, your first premium will be deducted, and you'll get your full policy, the full policy in the mail, so that you and James can read it over in black and white. Likewise, when that day comes, I want you to call me ASAP.
Okay.
And if I'm not immediately available, we'll set up a time and I can help review the policy and answer any questions.
Oh, that sounds great.
Sound like a plan?
Yes.
And on that note, if you want to make any adjustments, at that time we can. At that time we can. But, you know, I just want to let you know that as far as other clients that are in your similar situation, and they go, wow, that's a lot less than what I expected. Let's go ahead, you know, for the full face amount, right? All right, let's go ahead and do that. So James is going to be your beneficiary.
Correct.
Okay. And how do you want your name, your legal name, to appear in your policy?
Yes, please.
And that's going to be
MYTANEIA,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
last name Fife, FIFE.
Okay. And once again, it's pretty important. The name of the company that we're going to be placing you with is Americo. They're one of the largest privately held companies of insurance here in the United States. And, you know, they're known for paying out their claims within 2 to 5 business days. And for them to do your medical background check, what is your social number, please?
123 456 7.
Awesome. And confirm the street address that you want your policy mailed to.
Oh yes, 123 Main Street.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And in case something happens to Mr. James, is there someone else that you want to place as a contingent beneficiary?
Yeah, just my son.
Okay. And what is his name, please?
Samaje. That's James backwards.
So how would you say junior?
Backwards.
Hirsch. Okay, good enough. All right. Now, also, just to confirm things, who do you bank with?
Comerica.
Comerica?
Yes.
Does that start with a C?
Yes.
Oh, Colorado, I've never heard of them. Just hold on a second. Let me look at something. While I'm checking something now, I'm going to confirm the routing number. And so can you grab either a statement or your checkbook so you can confirm what I'm looking at here?
Yes.
Thank
Give
you.
me 1 sec.
Go ahead. Take your time.
Okay, I found it.
Okay, great. The routing number I'm showing here is 123456789.
Yes, that's perfect.
That is correct. And what is the account number?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you. Let me just do a verification through Americo on that. 1 second. Put that in. Circle spinning, that magic spinning circle. Well, awesome. Well, congratulations. That's all clean. That's all clear. And I'm going to end it right there, unless you want to go further.
All right. Good job, Kelly.
Did that work out okay?
Yeah, worked out okay. A couple of things though I wanted to just kind of chat with you about.
Okay.
The tonality is awesome. You're cool, calm, collected. You're overcoming the objections, right? I think you kind of need to speed up a little bit and shorten it
Okay.
on the first part of it. And then, but when you build the value, that's the most important, obviously the most important part of it is closing the deal, right? But that's about the second most important part of the sale process is building the value, because, and that's the part where you can get excited about it. You can explain about it more. You can go into the details of the policy, the benefits, all of that stuff. That's where you can slow down a little bit and talk to them, accentuate your voice, get excited, right? Because if you're excited, they're excited, right? It's the same thing. You're just sending your energy through the phone. But before all of that, all of the rigmarole stuff, you want to kind of just move through it at a steady pace so that they don't get bored. I mean, obviously they want to talk to you, you know, and if you go off track and ask them a question, go back on track right away, right? If they say something, you know, like, yeah, we're out here on the cattle ranch. Oh, well, cool. I'm on a cattle ranch too. How long have you been there? 25 years. Oh, super cool. Okay. So what kind of blood pressure medicine are you taking, right? You just get right back on track and keep the conversation going. Okay. Because if it gets too long, that's when you risk the part of, how long is this going to take? I got to pick up my kid at school. How long is this going to take? I got a doctor's appointment, right? So we want to keep it as short as possible, but as thorough as possible. Another thing that I wanted to point out at the very, very beginning, when we're doing a one call close and you get somebody on the phone, most of the time I've been doing it a little bit different way, and it's been working out. I don't even tell them to grab a pen and paper anymore. I really just start asking the questions. I verify one piece of information, usually the date of birth, and then I'm going to start digging into the need. Okay. And so here's kind of the way that I usually do it. Hey, Kelly, this is Sean. I'm calling you back regarding that form that was filled out online. This is in regards to the final expense of burial programs that are going on statewide right now. I got your date of birth as 9/12/1962. Is that correct? Yep. Now I'm going to dig right into the need, get them talking about it, right? Most people, and I use most people, right? Because when you use most people, that's everybody, right? Most people, everybody wants to keep up with the Joneses. And so when you say most people, that's keeping up with the Joneses. Most people fill this out because they want to make sure there's not a financial burden left behind to a loved one for a burial or a cremation. Which one of those were you thinking about? Oh, I was thinking about a burial. Okay. Now they just answered my question, right? And here's the reality. They have to answer one of those. You get this slight few people out there that are like, I'm not doing anything. I'm donating my body to science. But really, they're not going to fill out the form if they're donating their body to science most of the time, right? So they have to answer one of those questions. What's the other thing? How else are they going to get vaporized? No, people don't get vaporized yet. I mean, this isn't 3026, it's 2023, right? So, I mean, it's either burial or cremation. So if you ask them, you know, and say most people fill this out because they want to make sure they don't leave a financial burden behind for a burial or a cremation, which one of those were you thinking of? Well, I was thinking about a burial. Okay, perfect. And then who would be your beneficiary? Who would be the one picking up the pieces for you if you didn't come home tomorrow? Joanne. Okay, is that your wife? Yeah, okay. So I'm assuming that if she had to pay for it, it would be a financial burden if it came out of pocket. Yes. Okay. Now I just pulled the need out. Now I can go back and verify more information if I want to. Okay, just to confirm your information here, I got, well, I already said the date of birth. I got your address is 123 Main Street. Whatever information you have, verify it all at that same time. Now you're also building credibility, right? But if you get the need out first, then they're talking, they're answering your questions, you're controlling the conversation. Now they know that you really, really care. You're not calling just to sell anybody. You really, really care, right? And then when you start talking about the beneficiary, you really, really, really care about the family. Okay, now you can verify some information. Now you can take the time and say, okay, what's a good email for you? I'm going to send you a link that goes to a website that verifies my credentials. point all of that stuff out at that time. I didn't tell them to grab a pen and paper. I just went right into it. Right.
Mhm.
And most of the time, they're going to go right into it with you. You're just going to lead them down that path. Right. And by the time when it comes down to building the value and getting the benefits, now you can tell them to grab a pen and paper. And a lot of times they're already sitting down and have a pen and paper handy anyways.
Right. Well, I do want to say thank you for pointing me back to that video, because after I went back and watched that training video from last week, stuff made sense and sank in.
Okay.
And so I encourage anyone here, do it.
If all these videos are all recorded. If you want to know where they're at, they're all on YouTube, and they're also going to be in the Discord app the day after. Well, usually it's supposed to be the day after that they're recorded. One last thing I did want to point out, Kelly, and Kasha actually pointed this out in the chat here. The Americo Eagle policy does not, the only living benefits that it has is a 50% terminal illness rider. It doesn't have 100%. Those are the term benefits for America.
Okay. So
Okay.
only a terminal illness is 50%. What about the critical and chronic?
There is no critical and chronic
Oh, really? On American Eagle? Whoops.
on all final expense policies.
Sorry, Tony.
On all final expense policies, there's no chronic and critical on all of the whole life final expense policies.
I want to keep my license.
There's 50%. I take that back. There's 50% terminal on all of them. AIG has 50% terminal and 25% chronic after the 2-year guaranteed period. That's the only one that has it that I know of. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the only one that I know of. Okay. Just want to put that up.
Is that 50% in addition to their face amount, or is it 50% of the face amount?
50% of the face amount.
Got it.
So for $40,000 policy, doctor says you're going to die in 10 months, they can withdraw 50% of that, 20,000.
After the 2 years though, right?
On all policies, it's right away. As soon as that doctor's note gets submitted. The only one that's after 2 years is the guaranteed issue policies, like with Great Western or AIG or any of the carriers that have a guaranteed issue policy that they have to wait 2 years. Mutual of Omaha, they have a guaranteed issue. Well, we don't sell that policy, so never mind. Okay. Does that answer your question, Hytha?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. So who is next? Haley, you want to go next?
Yes, I do.
All right. Everybody congratulate Haley. Today, she got her first sale.
I did.
First family helped.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
more to come.
Ooh, it makes my heart rate go down. Let me tell you.
Nice work. Nice work. So do you want to be the agent or the client?
Whatever works. Whoever wants to volunteer. If you don't want to be the agent first, I'll gladly be the agent first. But I'm doing final expense in home, so that's how I'm running this. You can do it.
I'll run it with her because I gotta go
Okay, great.
in a little bit.
Do you want to be the agent or the client, Hytha?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'll be the client first. Then go ahead.
Okay,
All right.
perfect.
Haley, you can be now set an appointment and then do the in-home.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry. Wait, before ring. How do I say your name? Hytham?
Hytham.
Yeah.
Hytham. Awesome. Ring.
Hello.
Hi, Hytham. This is Haley at the benefits office in Oakland County here. Just getting back to you about the form you filled out for some information about the state life insurance programs a little while back. I'm just the field underwriter that's assigned to get that information out to you, but I just got to verify a few things that you had put down and I'll get you off the phone. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So I got your date of birth as April 16th, 1967.
Correct.
Perfect. And I don't see this on here, but I do got to ask, are you a smoker or a non-smoker?
What is this about again?
The life insurance, you just requested some information about some life insurance programs. So I'm just the field underwriter that's required to get that information out to you.
Oh, okay. What was your question?
Yeah. So I was just asking if you were a smoker or a non-smoker.
Non-smoker.
Okay, great. Are you currently married, single, widowed?
All the above. No.
Me too.
Single.
Awesome. Okay, that's the way to be. That's how I say. All right, so my job is your field underwriter. It's pretty simple. We work with a variety of different companies, and they just make me come out to you to give you a packet of information, you know, verify that you are who you say you are, make sure nobody's taking any life insurance policies out in your name. And then, of course, just make sure you're not strapped to a hospital bed 24/7 or anything crazy like that.
Okay.
So the plans are non-medical. There's not going to be any nurses, no blood draws, no urine samples or anything like that needed. And Hytham, we are a little backed up, so I'm just going to ask a couple more questions, take a few more notes if you don't mind. Are you currently working or are you retired?
Working.
Okay. What time do you typically get home from work?
Usually around 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Okay. I don't have a 6 o'clock, but it'll only take me about 15 minutes or so. I should have some time either at 6:30 or 7:45. Which of those times works better for your schedule?
6:30 will be fine.
Okay, perfect. I'll put you down for then. They do have me out there for about 15 appointments or so that day, so I won't have too much time. I just want to make sure that if no emergencies come up, that you'll for sure be there at 6:30 tomorrow. Is that correct?
Correct.
Awesome, awesome. So I have your address as 1234 Main Street.
Correct.
All right. Is that in a house or an apartment?
No, it's a house.
Okay. What color is the house?
It's brown.
Perfect. I'll be pulling up in a little black Kia Forte and I have brown hair. So if you see a pretty girl with brown hair getting out of a black Kia, that's me.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. Is there any dogs or anything like that that I gotta jump through when I get to the door?
No, you're fine. Just please make sure you don't park on the driveway.
Yeah, I'll park in the street for you. No worries.
All right.
Do me a favor real quick too. Grab a pen and a piece of paper real quick. I just want you to write down my license number because by law I'm required to give that information for you.
Okay, I got a pen and paper handy.
Okay, great. So go ahead and actually write my name down first. It's Haley B is my last initial.
Are you related to Cardi B?
No, cannot say that I am.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Okay, awesome. My state license number is 194-86228.
Got it.
Can you
Don't
just
ask me to yeah, don't ask me to repeat it. I don't remember.
Okay,
194-215-52. I got it.
Okay, awesome. And while you have that pen and paper in front of you, just why don't you do me a favor and write down our appointment time as well for 6:30 tomorrow evening.
All right, got it.
Okay. And last thing real quick, I do want you to write down your verification code as well for our appointment. That's just acts as a security feature. If you want to ask me that when I get there, make sure you're talking to the right person.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. It's A as in Alpha, C as in Charlie, R as in Romeo. And then the number is 415.
415, got it.
Yep. And Hytham, I do have a very busy schedule, as I'm sure you do too. So I just want to make sure that as long as no emergencies come up, that you'll for sure be there at 6:30 tomorrow.
Yeah, I should be in unless if traffic is heavy and I get delayed, I can let you know. But I should be home. I'm usually home by 6 o'clock, so 6:30 should be fine.
Okay, perfect. And you got my number, so if an emergency does come up, you can go ahead and just give me a call.
All right.
All right, perfect. Well, I look forward to meeting you and helping you out.
See you soon.
Take care.
Awesome. Good job, Haley. Man, you did awesome. You moved right through there. Couple of tips. I don't like, for me personally, I don't like to tell them how long it's going to take. That's just me personally. A lot of people train, it's only going to take 10 minutes, only going to take 15 minutes. I think personally that you could just say, it's not going to take too long, real quick. You use those kind of words, which you were doing on the phone to set that appointment. But if I just say it's not going to take too long, then it depends on what too long is to them, right? They're going to use their own perspective. Too long may be an hour for them, right?
Yeah.
So, the other thing is, a lot of times what I'll do is just let them know that, hey,
One
can you do
second,
me a
Albert.
favor? Can you do me a favor? Give me like a 15 to 30 minute window on both sides of that appointment, because I may be running a tad bit late, but if I do get done a little bit early, can I stop by just a tad bit early? Yeah, go ahead, stop by. I try to get them to say, yes, go ahead and stop by, right? That way, the last thing that they're saying on the phone is, yes, you can come over. Right?
Okay.
So, but other than that, fantastic. You're going to
Thank
be killing it on the phones. I'm expecting 15 appointments next 2 days.
I knew you were
I'm
going to
just
say something like that. No,
joking.
for next 3 for Jeff Bezos's greedy self.
Okay. Hylam, are you still there?
I think he said 1 second. I don't know what he said after that, but
Okay.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
There he is. Okay, cool. So, you do in-home. So let's go through the in-home with you, Haley, and then Hylam, you can go.
okay.
Or do you still have time, or do you have to go, Hylam?
What time is it? I got 15 minutes.
Okay. Do you want to just go, and then Haley can do the in-home with somebody else?
Sure, no problem.
All right, go ahead. Haley,
Now
you
I'm
can do
doing
the-
this off the top of my head. If I stumble a little bit,
Man, you're
because I don't have the script in front of me.
Good.
life insurance.
You don't
It'll
need
be
a script.
This
exactly.
is a
Got this.
this is a one call close.
Come on, big guns. Big
All right, let's go.
guns.
Ring.
Got it.
Hello.
Yeah, hi Haley.
Hi.
Hi Haley, this is Haitham. I'm the medical field underwriter, and I'm reaching out to you regarding this form that was filled out for the funeral, the burial, and the final expense program that's going on in the statewide right now. And I'm just calling you to go over your options and get that information to you. I do have your date of birth here as of January 1st of 1956. Is that correct?
Yeah. What did you say this is about again?
This is about the burial and the final expense program.
Okay.
So, when you die, it will pay for your burial and the final expense cost.
Yeah. I mean,
Is that what you were looking for?
and I don't remember filling anything out. Who are you with?
Right, Haley. I'm with Family First Life. So, Haley, a lot of people don't remember because, I don't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday.
That's fair. I
So,
don't either.
Hylam,
just wanted to, just go over it with you. It just came to me and I just want to go over it with you.
let's
and get
time
all
out
the-
for a minute. Time out.
Sure.
Time out. Okay, so when somebody says, I don't remember filling this out, that's when you could say most people, right? Most people fill this out because they don't want to leave a financial burden to a loved one for a funeral or a final expense. Which one of those were you thinking about?
Funeral finance. Okay.
Right.
Funeral or final expense?
Yeah, or a funeral or a burial. Sorry, I shouldn't have said final expense. A or a
Burial or cremation?
burial or a cremation. I'm getting tired, so I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay.
A burial or a cremation. Which one were you guys thinking about? Right? Most people fill out this form if they say, I don't remember filling it out, or I didn't fill that out. Oh, perfect. No big deal. Most people fill this form out because they don't want to leave a financial burden to a loved one for a burial or a cremation. Which one of those were you thinking? Like, it's no big deal.
Got
Okay.
it.
So do that part again.
All right. Start from the top.
Yeah. I'll just say my rebuttal. I mean, my objection, and you can go from there. Yeah. I mean,
What is this for again?
yeah. Fuck. What? I'm sorry.
What is this for again?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely am interested in that, but I don't remember filling this out.
Right, Haley. So most people fill these out because they want to make sure that the burial or their cremation is covered, so they don't leave a burden of financial burden behind on their loved ones. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, definitely. My husband actually just passed away, so I just want to make sure I get that for my daughter.
Oh, sorry to hear that about your husband. When did he pass away?
About 6 months ago.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry to hear that. I lost my father 5 years ago, and it was definitely devastating dealing with the mourning of the loss of my dad. And on
Oh,
top of it, he did not have a plan, a policy where it covered it. So it kind of left a big burden on the family to try to
oh,
deal with.
I know. We had to set up a GoFundMe and everything like that for my husband.
Yeah, yeah. So it's definitely a difficult time, trying to deal with those expenses and also dealing with mourning of losing your a loved one. But here, Haley, what I'm gonna do is I don't have a fancy presentation for you, so I'm just gonna dive right into it. I'm gonna ask you a few questions,
Okay.
and after that, after I ask you some questions, I'm gonna ask you some medical questions and some financial questions. And based on how you answer those questions, it's gonna give me a clear path of which carrier might approve you, and we'll go down that route. Okay? Because
Okay.
I'm contracted with 20 plus carriers, and I don't favor a carrier. It all depends on who's gonna give you the best option for you. Sounds good?
Yeah, definitely. My sister actually told me to look into different options, so I'm glad that you have multiple for me.
Perfect, perfect. So, Haley, what made you think about getting this policy?
I just really want to make sure that my daughter doesn't have to come out of pocket. She just got out of college and, she's still getting her bearings and things like that. If something happens to me, then I really don't want her to stress about that kind of stuff. And I really don't want to be cremated. I want to be able to get buried in the ground. So I know that's a little bit more expensive.
Right, yeah, definitely. And how old is your daughter?
She's 20.
She's 20. Okay, so she's grown. Okay, perfect. And have you been looking to get this policy for a while now, or you're just now starting to look into it?
Well, I've known I've needed to get it for a little while, but I haven't actually looked into anything, to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
we usually put it on the back burner because we feel like we're not gonna die tomorrow, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, we don't know when we're gonna go. So
No,
it's always perfect. It's always better to be prepared in advance because I had a message from one of my clients told me that I'm not dead yet, so she doesn't need a policy. And I told her, well, I'm sorry, I should have been texting dead people to get them a policy, but you're doing the right thing. You're getting prepared before it happens, which is the right thing to do.
yeah, definitely. Definitely. I
And
appreciate
Haley, were you looking to get something for you, or you had somebody else in mind, like your daughter as well?
I haven't really talked to her about any of that kind of stuff. I feel like nobody really wants to talk to their mom about when they're gonna die and what's gonna happen afterwards. So I just want to make sure that everything's good to go, and I don't really feel like I need to consult her at all. I just want to pay my dues and make sure I'm taken care of.
That's correct. That's correct. Now, Haley, this number I'm calling you on, can you receive text messages on that number?
Yeah.
Okay. I just sent you a text message. Can you just verify that you received that text message? It should say Hytham verified, verified.
Yep, I just got a notification. Yep, I see it. I got it.
All right. Can you click on that for me, please?
Sure. Click.
All right, perfect. So if you scroll down a little bit, you're gonna see a picture of a handsome guy there, like he's bald. That would be me.
I'm just kidding.
That would be me. Now you have a picture to go along with the voice. Okay?
Yeah, you sound like what you look.
Oh, I'm sorry, you cut off.
I said you sound like what you look like for sure. Very
Well, thank you. Thank you. If you scroll down a little bit, you're gonna see those products like Final Expense, Mortgage Protection, IUL. Those are the products that I offer. Those are the products in the market, and that's what I offer. And if you scroll down just a little bit more, you're gonna see state names of states. Like you're gonna see California, Arizona.
I'm in Michigan.
And Michigan. You see that one that says Michigan? Can you click on that for me, please?
Sure thing. Okay.
All right, now that you clicked on it, right on the top right corner, there's the NPN number. That's the National Producer Number. That's basically like my social security number for my license.
Oh, Okay.
And on the left side, that's my address, my home address. Okay. So
Okay.
this is all the information about me, and all the other states have the same thing, my national producer number and the license number in that state. So this is just to show you that who I am, and
Yeah.
you are talking to a real person, and
Yeah.
I'm not here for a scam. So I just want you to know who I am, okay?
You got like 5 states on there. You must be a very busy person.
You're not looking at the right one. I got 10. But if you scroll down a little bit more, you're gonna see some carriers' names. Those are the carriers that I'm appointed by. Now I
Okay.
don't work for them, but I work with them. So I don't favor any carrier. I'm here for your benefit. So what makes sense for you? Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah, a lot of these
Uh,
carriers look familiar too. I've seen quite a few commercials and shit.
Perfect. Now that's enough about me. But if you want more, I have more to share with you. But if that's good for you, we're good. We're good to go.
Oh no, yeah, we're good.
All right, perfect. Now I'm going to ask you some questions about the medical, some medical questions and some financial questions. Now, who would be the beneficiary?
My daughter.
Your daughter, the 20-year-old?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Elise.
Elise. Beautiful name.
Oh, too. Thank
And
you.
will she be the 100% beneficiary?
Oh yeah. I have nobody. My husband died. My parents are dead. And I just got my daughter and her
Sorry
babies.
to hear that. Sorry to hear that.
It's a cycle.
Okay. And what's your height and weight?
I am 5'8" and I weigh 125 roughly, give or take, depending on
Right.
how much that week, you know.
Is that before breakfast or after breakfast?
That's after breakfast, unfortunately.
Okay. Okay. All right. So here's the questions that I'm going to ask you for the health. Have you had, shit. Have you had any heart attacks, strokes, or mini strokes?
No.
All right. Diabetes,
No.
stents.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have diabetes. Yeah, I take gabapentin for that right now.
Okay. And what about stents? Have you had any stents?
Oh, no.
High blood pressure,
Nope.
neuropathy.
I'm so glad you said high blood pressure because I say HPB at every appointment, not knowing what the hell that means.
Well, that's okay. No problem. And what about neuropathy?
No.
All right. Asthma or COPD?
No, neither. I'm not a smoker.
Okay. Kidney or liver disease?
Nope.
Have you ever had COVID? Say yeah.
I think I had COVID, but I don't really like to go to doctors, so it's definitely not on my medical record. So we could just put no for that.
Okay. All right. And have you had any surgeries?
No.
Okay. Can you share some of those prescriptions that you have? Do you take any prescriptions?
I just take gabapentin and some vitamin D pills, some vitamins.
Okay. Gabapentin. Not sure what it's for, but okay, got it.
It's for diabetes.
Is it? Okay.
Yep.
No, you sound
Right there. Time out. If she has diabetes and gabapentin, that means she has neuropathy. All carriers will deny her its AIG.
okay.
I clearly lost too. I just knew gabapentin had to do with diabetes, so
Yeah.
good learn.
Now, if they take gabapentin and they don't have diabetes, then they can still get approved. But if you ask her if she has diabetes, and then you ask her if she's taking gabapentin, the carriers are going to look at it as she has neuropathy. They will all decline her, even for all whole life.
Even
What?
even guaranteed issue?
No, guaranteed
No.
issue. There's no medical questions. That's the purpose of the 2-year wait. So that's what you want to go to if they have neuropathy.
Got it.
Okay. So sometimes you'll ask and they'll say, yeah, I have diabetes. Do you have neuropathy? No. Okay. What prescriptions are you taking? Blah, 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 blah. Gabapentin too. Now you know that, oh, well, she doesn't think she has neuropathy, but she does. The doctors do. So just be aware of that. I just want to point that out while we were on the topic. Sorry
Okay.
to interrupt. Go ahead.
All right. Now that I asked you the medical questions, I'm going to ask you a few questions, financial questions.
Okay.
Do you currently work? You said you work, right? Did I ask you that question already? No.
I
No.
honestly
Do
don't.
you, do you
I,
work?
I,
Do you currently work, disabled, or retired?
no, I'm retired.
Retired. Okay. And what is your monthly income?
Well, I get like 1,900 from Social Security, and then from my job, I get about another $1,000 for my pension, so like 2,900 bucks. And
Okay, great.
yeah,
And do you currently rent or own?
neither actually. My daughter pays for my house.
Oh,
For
well,
my
that's good.
yeah,
I can't wait till my daughter gets old enough so she can pay mine,
I know, right? What's the point of having kids if they don't take care of you, right?
right? All right, so that's the rent. And okay, and do you like have a car payment, car insurance?
No, I actually just paid off my car payment. I do have car insurance, but I've had it for so long. It's like $100 a month.
Yeah, it's nothing beats not having a car payment, right? Because I paid my truck off like 6 years ago, and it's been 6 years with no car payment, and it
Yeah.
feels great.
Especially with those Michigan insurance prices.
Are you in Michigan?
Yes.
Oh shit. Okay, Michigan here too. Okay. So, and what about what's your monthly overhead estimated? Like, paying your credit cards, your food, your utilities, cell phone, any bill that you pay for. What do you think all of that will come out to?
Well, I really don't have any credit card debt. Since, pretty much my living expenses are paid for. I just pay some utilities and I pay my car insurance and then pretty much whatever the heck I want. So I really only have like $750 in bills.
Okay.
I'm a sugar mama on the side, so
All right. And how much of coverage were you looking to get? I'm sorry,
um
before that. Sorry, before that. Do you have any 401k, IRA, mutual funds, CDs, savings?
I have about $100,000 in savings. I don't really have anything else. I just like to keep that in case the income goes for some reason. I don't know. I have trust issues, so I just like to have savings.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, how much coverage were you looking to get?
Well, I know burials are so expensive nowadays and everything, and I want to be able to cover that, but I also, want to leave a little bit of extra money for my daughter just because I wasn't able to do for her as much as I feel like I should have. So I don't really know, really.
Okay, so basically burials usually run anywhere from 12 to 15,000, depends on where you live.
Mhm.
And with that being said, if it was to be 12 to $15,000, how much money were you looking to leave behind for your daughter? Sorry, I forgot her name.
Elise. I don't know. I was hoping like 15, roughly.
Okay.
If,
So you would say maybe about 25 to 30,000?
yeah, probably 30. I mean,
Okay.
if I can afford it, I'll do more, of course, but I don't really know what I'm going to get approved for or how much it's going to be. I know I'm a little old, so.
Absolutely, Helly. So my purpose is to make sure that it's something fits within your budget, because for two reasons. For one, if you get this policy, obviously you're not approved right now, but if you do get approved and you get this policy and 6 months down the line, you stop paying on it, it's gonna make me look bad because I didn't do a good job with your financials, estimating your financials. Two, which is the most important thing, you end up canceling your policy and now you don't have coverage and you leave your family vulnerable. And I want to make sure that it fits in your budget and you are comfortable with it. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
So I'm gonna put in a couple of options for you. Do you have a paper and pen handy?
Yeah.
All right, so with this, because you do sound very healthy and doesn't seem like you have much of medical issues, I'm gonna recommend a company named Americo. Have you ever heard of Americo?
Oh, I've heard of them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big company. They've been around for over 100 years and they've never missed a payment on a claim. So
I
they're
didn't even
pretty good at what they do.
Okay.
Now, what
great.
I'm going to recommend to you, this is called Americo Eagle. And what this policy does, if you get approved, it's going to give you coverage immediately. Once you are approved, it's going to give you coverage immediately. And the
Great.
good thing about this is not just that you get covered immediately, it's also tax-free. So when you do pass away and time to pay the claim, all that money is going to go to your daughter and it's going to be 100% tax-free.
Okay. Is all this going to be in, like, do I get some sort of like paperwork for this? Should I be
Yeah,
writing?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You're going to get all that from the carrier.
Okay.
Another cool feature on this is the payment will be level, meaning it will not go up or it won't go down. It will stay the same throughout the course until it's used. And also your coverage will also be level, which means it won't go up or down. And
Okay.
also, as you're paying on it every single month, it start building cash value. So that, let's say down the line, you end up, you get in a financial jam and you need to borrow some money. You don't have to go to the bank and go through the credit check and approval and all that. You can access that money that you have been paying towards the policy, and you can withdraw some money out of that. You're basically borrowing from your money.
Oh,
And
oh,
you don't have to pay it back. You can pay it back, but you don't have to pay it back. But if you don't pay it back and you do pass away and you have a $30,000 face amount and you borrow $2,000, the $2,000 is going to be taken out from that face amount, so you'll get $28,000. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Perfect. But on the other hand, I don't recommend using it because unless if you really have to, but if you don't
Yeah,
really have to, I don't recommend borrowing it from me because you're taking away from the face amount to deliver what it needs to do. Okay.
Definitely.
All right. So I got a couple of options here for you. For option one, it's write down for me 35,000.
Okay.
And that one is going to be 280.
280.
Yes.
Okay.
And option two, that's going to be 30,000.
Okay.
And that's going to be 220.
Okay.
Okay. And option three is going to be 25,000. And that's going to be 190.
Okay.
Now, which, the purpose of this is for you to protect your daughter, from going into a financial crisis if this was to happen to you and you don't have coverage. And that's the reason why you're looking to get this coverage, so you don't leave that burden behind on your daughter. Which one of those options would make more sense for you and comfortable for you to pay and not have to worry about it?
I mean, of course, the 190 looks a little bit better, but I really do want to leave her a little bit more than just what it costs to put me in the ground forever. So, I mean, I guess we'll go with the 30,000.
The middle one? I was thinking the same thing. That's about right where you want it to be. And it seems like it will fit in your budget. And on top of it, it was, you chose that because you're comfortable with it. So that makes me feel comfortable.
Yeah.
All right. So the next step in the process, we're gonna go and I need to put you get you in front of the carrier because as of right now they don't know who you are. Okay. So I need to put you in. I'm sorry.
Physically?
No, not physically, just paper wise.
Oh, okay.
So I need to get you in front of the carrier so they can get to know who you are, and they can go ahead and, because they have the final say so to get you approved. So
Okay, yeah.
when we're filling this out, they're gonna ask for two pieces of information. One, they're gonna ask for your social security number, and that's to
HIPAA.
that's to check to see check your MIB, your Medical Information Bureau, and to see make sure you are who you say you are. I think I got those confused, but I'm doing this off the top of my head.
No, I think that's
The second thing they're going to ask for is your banking institute. They need to have a banking institute or a credit union to be on file. And
okay.
for two reasons. One, when you do get approved, they're going to withdraw the payment, so you are covered right away. The second thing is they want to make sure that you're not someone you are someone that is maybe committing insurance fraud and trying to get insurance in somebody else's name.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I know security is crazy.
All right. So just
Yep.
give me a minute. Let me log into the portal so we can get that started. Okay.
No worries.
Perfect. Done.
Do you need anything to drink?
I'm already drinking vodka.
Awesome.
Oh my God.
How
Okay.
did I do? That's literally how I do on the phone. I wasn't making anything up or, cracking jokes. I was like, if I crack joke, I really do crack a joke. If I said it, like, look at this picture and you see that handsome guy, that's how I do it. I get them to laugh. You know what I mean?
We all love your bald head, Hytham. You're a
Thank you,
handsome
sir.
fella.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Love your
time to go-
haircut. Gotta
time to
love
go
it.
shine it.
So a couple
How-
things I wanted to point out.
Okay.
Did you have her write down the benefits of the policy when you were building the value?
In the middle of it.
In the middle of it, I told her about it, but I forgot to tell her write it
Yeah.
down.
So that's huge, right? So remember how we write down, when we're setting an appointment, we have them write down our license number and then we say important, right? The reason why is, remember I was saying, I don't care if they even throw it away. The reason why they write it down is because that way it sinks it into their brain. Well, if you think about it, if we're writing down our goals, right, we're writing it down in a list form, what we want to do, what we want to achieve, what we want to become, what we want to have in our life. Those are all of our goals, right? Well, if you have them, now think about it this way. If you tell them what the benefits are, for one, they may forget about it by tomorrow. At least they'll forget about 70% of what you told them by tomorrow. But if you have them write it down, now they hear it and they visualize it and they can take it with them, right? So having them write down on the back of a piece of paper all of their goals, not the goals, all of the benefits of the policy, you're going to have a whole list of things that they can literally look at and see benefit, 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 little bitty price. Because they're going to write down the price, right?
Right.
And so you definitely, that is probably one of the biggest, one of the most important things of the sales process is not only building the value, closing the deals the first, right? But building the value is the second biggest, and having them, if we were to put like a little note underneath of there, it would be like the second most important part of that step is having them write it down. So you got to make sure that they write it down, right?
Yeah.
Because now they can hear it, now they can see it. You're using 2 points of their senses to see the benefits of the policy, right?
I usually ask them to grab a pen and paper before I present, but I forgot.
That's okay. I just want to point that out. That way, and then it's on the call. That way you can go back and re-listen to this.
Yeah, if you notice, I didn't ask for a paper and pen when I was giving her my information because I didn't want to do that. I would ask for a pen and paper when I go into presenting.
Okay. No problem. The other thing I wanted to point out, Nacho, I know you want to make a comment. I'll get to you here in just a second. The other thing I wanted to point out is don't forget to build the value of the policy, right? Make sure, or not build the value, I'm sorry. Make sure to price condition them, right? Make sure that they understand that a term policy, you know the difference between term and whole life, right? At your age, a term would probably be more expensive, maybe about $600 to $800, and I'm sure you don't want to spend that, right? Then you can show, if you want to, you can show max value, okay, at this price. Or you could tell a story about somebody that you got approved at a higher price, right? A lot of times I build the value just by telling them a joke. And here's how I do it. I'll say, okay, you know, I build the value at a higher amount for a term. And then I'll say, okay, this person just got approved for this price and he was, you know, 78, right? And then I'll say, yours is going to be actually $640. Just joking. It's only $342. Oh, I thought you were going to give me a heart attack, they'll say, right? So you can joke around about it too, to price condition them. But the important part is to get that shock value out of the way up high, because when you deliver the real price, then it's not as bad. And it's kind of getting them, it's preparing them, it's giving them a cushion, right? A pillow, so to say, to fall back on when they're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this, right?
Right.
So, okay.
How did I do?
You did a damn good job, pardon my French. You did pretty good.
No,
Okay.
we had I mean, obviously I was messing around because I'm just a fake client and everything, but like you have good chemistry. You still crack jokes and do all that kind of stuff. So if I'm comfortable, I'm not worried about why do you need my social security and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Another thing that I wanted to point out, Haitham, I don't like, me personally, you can do it however you want to. I don't like to give them all the prices up front before I even get into the application. As an example, with Americo, sometimes, and it happens more than a lot of times, I mean, 80% of the time we go with Americo first because they're the quickest and they'll let you know right away if they're going to either have a chance or not through the MIB. Well, sometimes I think, here's an example. My son-in-law is 29 years old. He got declined for a term policy, never done any drugs, never smoked, never been on any medication, whatever in his life, okay? He got declined. Why? I don't know. I have no idea. But I don't want to get them all hyped up, build the value of the policy, and then all of a sudden they can't get past the MIB, right? Because then you're letting them down big time. So the way I like to do it is I like to get them past the MIB, and then I let them know it comes back either one of two ways. One, declined, and if it declines, no problem. We'll just pivot to another carrier at that time, okay? But the other thing it may say is continue asking questions. If it says that, that's what we want it to say, but that doesn't mean that you've been approved. I'm taking it away, right? That just means that they're giving us permission to submit a request to the carrier. At that point in time, I'll go over all of your benefits. We'll fit it into your budget and then we'll submit a request. Okay. Okay. Now, if it comes back declined, then I'll tell them. I'm not going to fluff it up. I'll say, okay, they decline you. Now we got to pivot to another carrier. Now I'm putting them on the spot, asking them, what other medications are you on that you didn't tell me about? What other medications were you taking that you decided, I feel great right now. I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take this medication anymore. Oh, I forgot about this medication. Oh, I forgot about this. You have any felonies? Oh yeah, I got thrown in jail for murder. You know, I mean, weird things come up, right? And so by you grilling them, now when you pivot to another carrier, they're going to be like, I really need a policy. I may get declined again. And then if they get declined again and you can't figure it out, now they want the third one even more. So I don't have a problem with telling them they're declined. I'm just telling them straight up. I'm not fluffing it up. And they like it when people are real with them. I'm not going to fluff it up for them. Right. So I like to do that because then once you get past the MIB, 99% of the time they're going to be approved. right? Then you can go in and build the value, price condition them, tell them the price, and then close the sale. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sure.
Other than that, though, really good job. Hytham, I mean, I've been watching you since you started, as you know, and I got to give it up to you. I mean, that's what massive imperfect action does, is it makes you better. When you first started, you didn't even know your script and you're calling leads all the time. And now you just nailed it right off the cuff without even looking at your script, man. Good job.
Right. Thank
Nice
you.
work.
Thank you. Usually,
Good effort.
thank you. I appreciate that. Usually when we're doing these role plays, I get nervous, not scared, but just like, anxiety or something like that, because everybody's watching you and stuff like that. I'm totally more calm on the phone. But today, in front of you guys, I was not nervous, nowhere near where I was 2 weeks ago.
Man, I'm telling you,
Practice.
you put in massive imperfect action over the next week, you're going to sell 1, 2, maybe even 5 policies and help 5 families.
You got us,
you.
buddy.
Thank
You
you.
got
Thank
it.
you. Appreciate it.
Nacho,
Hey,
you
Sean,
wanted
don't
to make
forget
a
to send me
comment?
that. Sean, don't
Yeah, I
forget
was
to send
gonna
me that
say.
500. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say. I think for you, Sean, I think you were saying to like write the benefits first, and then like have them write the benefits first. Then after that is written down, and then have them write the price. Is that what you were saying? I was trying to make sure I have that step written down.
So when you're building the value, they don't know the price yet. The
I'm
price
sorry,
is
but I
at
got-
the end.
I gotta go. I'm not to cut you off. Okay. I'm sorry, but I have to leave.
No problem. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too, guys. Appreciate
Later,
it.
buddy.
Bye bye.
Okay.
Okay. So to answer your question, Nacho, you're going to build the value first before you tell the price. The price is at the very end. Okay.
Okay.
The reason why we don't deliver the price at the very beginning is because throughout the whole process of the sale, you're also building rapport. You're also getting to know them. You're also building credibility, right? If I just called you up and said, hey, blah, 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 most people fill these out because they want to make sure that they're not leaving a financial burden for a cremation or a burial. Which one were you thinking about? A funeral or a burial? Okay, those are about $15,000. Those cost, that's going to be $249. What do you think the chances of them saying, yeah, I'll do it?
Not likely.
Not
Yeah.
going to happen, right? It's not
Right.
going to happen. Why? Because for one, they don't trust you because they don't know who you are. You may talk about life insurance, but that's not enough trust to get them to say, okay, let me buy that, right? They don't know any of the benefits of the policy, right? So there's a purpose of why we deliver that price along the road. I used to work for Sears, selling windows, doors, siding, heating and air conditioning, and roofing. And the way they would do it, this is back in 2012, and the way their system was set up was they would set appointments for me, and I'd have 3 appointments a day. I'm in Omaha, Nebraska. My home office was in Kansas City, 3 hours away from me. And so I would have a laptop. They would set my appointments. I'd log into my laptop for that day. And those appointments could be 2 hours to 3 hours away, maybe an hour away. And I would go there and I would literally have to walk around the house. I'd have to determine what kind of need there is, right? Where the problems are, find their pain points. And then I would have to sit down with them, open my computer, and do an hour presentation. So the whole appointment would last about 2 to 2.5 hours. Now, they designed it that way on purpose because they figured out scientifically through strategy, through research, that after the 2 to 2.5 hour mark, by delivering that price at that time, it would likely result in a sale because it took that much time to build the value of the product, took that much time to get the information across to them and build rapport and credibility along the way as well. Okay. And so in this, by you building the credibility, building the rapport along the way during the sale, when you deliver the price at the end, after you deliver the price, now all you have to do is put the beneficiary in there, get the payment information, and you're done, right? You got about 15 minutes left, maybe 10 minutes left, and you're done with the call. So we always want to build the value first, price condition them along the way. You don't have to do it like right after. You can tell stories about other policies and a term policy that's a higher price, or a whole life policy that's a higher price. And then build, transition to, delivering the price and then closing the sale. That's kind of a long-winded answer, but does that answer your question, Nacho?
Yeah, it did. It did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have another question?
No, that was it.
Okay, cool.
Appreciate it.
All
Hey,
right,
Sean,
Vadim.
I've got a question. So, like you start out with America, right? When you're offering?
Most of the time, unless I know America is not going to take them.
Okay, and then if they don't pass for America, aren't you going straight to AIG? Because you said it sounded like you're like talking about 3 different places you take them in total.
Not every time. Not every
No?
time. It really all depends, because sometimes most of the time, if I'm writing America, I most likely know that they're going to get approved. The only time they don't get approved is when they catch me off guard. And that happens a lot more than what you think. I mean, probably 20 to 30% of the time. And it's always those ones that have like more health conditions than usual. And sometimes they'll fit into America. You're thinking, they might fit in there. Let's try it. Right.
Okay.
And then you try it and then it comes back decline, or vice versa. You're like, you know what? I know America is going to take this, and it comes back decline. And so then what's that?
Where do you go from there?
Well, it really all depends. Everybody's different. All the MIB checks are different as well. Right now, I have found in my personal experience, I run a lot of mortgage leads, which are mostly term products. Okay. The older generation, they get the whole life products, but most of the time they're younger and they do a term product. So when I'm running term products and they get declined with America, I usually go with Prosperity because their MIB is different. Okay. Now I don't go with Moo because Moo has about the same MIB. If they get declined with America, a lot of times they'll get declined with Moo. And so I just go straight to Prosperity. And usually, not every time, usually they'll get approved with Prosperity, and vice versa. A lot of times they won't get approved with Prosperity, but they will with America.
Oh,
okay. And if they get declined with Prosperity, then I'm going to American Amicable.
Oh,
and then if they get declined with American Amicable, now I'm going to a whole life product.
Oh, so these are all terms.
These are all term, yeah. Because in term, whole life products have a lot linear underwriting process than like high blood pressure. If they're on 3 high blood pressure medicines with term, they cannot get approved almost with everybody. But with 3 high blood pressure medicines, they can get approved with a whole life coverage. Right? As long as they're healthy.
Who would that whole life be that you would go to?
I would go right back to America.
Okay.
Yep. So they can get declined with a term product with America, but they can get approved with a whole life product.
Cool.
Okay. And you can go back to Moo if you want to do that. I mean, now I'm might write Moo a little bit more because their benefit will go up to 50,000 now. America only goes to 40.
Right, but I can't stand their e-app.
That's the other problem. If you have a 75-year-old man and he has trouble with his email, I may just go with America because you can text, right?
Yeah.
Because their e-app is horrible. Now, if they're very, if they're very good at computers, that kind of thing, then maybe they can handle it.
Okay.
So it really all depends on the client as well. I mean, if I have somebody that's pretty healthy, then I always like to try America because they have the best benefits, I believe, for the client.
Okay.
And they let you know right away, really fast.
Yeah. Easy
And
app.
they
Yeah.
easy application, and they take care of the producers as well.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Very
What
well.
about the whole life? What about for final expense? Like, because I got the one for term, but what about for final expense? If you have the, you remember when you told me that in between your appointments, you're running those final expense policies, right? I'm sorry, final expense leads. So what do you do? What's your first options? You for the term you start with Americo, then the biggest decline it goes to Prosperity term, then that goes decline, it goes to MM, and then you have the whole life after that that gets declined. But what do you do when it comes to those final expense policies you run in?
I run Americo first too,
Okay.
because now their whole life is going to be the most expensive out of all of it, out of
Mhm.
all the carriers. But
Right.
here's the reality. I don't sell on price. I get some people that are like, well, they're the most expensive. Well, yeah, but they also have the best benefits,
Mm.
right?
Right.
And so I want to put my client in the best position. Well, another agent's going to come back behind you and undersell it, and then they're going to cancel the policy. Well, so be it, if that's the case. But I take care of my clients, and I let them know that I take care of my clients, and they're pretty loyal to me. I mean, I don't get too many chargebacks. I mean, I do get chargebacks. Everybody does, right?
Right.
I still get a bonus from Americo every single month. And the reason why is because I'm within their persistency rating, which is 80%. Right. But here's the reality. If you compare apples to apples, all of the insurance carriers all have to be about the same price. It's like gasoline. Jamie Cherio talked about this. It's like gasoline, right? You can't go down to one street corner and see the gas prices at this, and then it's $5 or $2 cheaper at the next corner. No, they're all regulated, and they're all within about 5 cents difference, right? It's the same way with all the insurance products. They're all about $5 to $10 difference. If one of them is a drastic difference, well, then they're taking away benefits of that policy. Like Americo for the final expense for the whole life coverage, it has cash value just like everything else does. It's level premium just like everything else does. Has 50% terminal like everything else does, right? But it also has accidental double indemnity, and it also has common carrier triple indemnity. Nobody else has that. It also will give you non-smoker rates for a smoker for the first 3 years. Now, that's also a price conditioning tool as well, in case you guys didn't know, right? If you have a smoker and they say they're going to quit, you can let them know right when you're down there at the price, say, okay, another reason why I went with Americo is because they have a non-smoker price for you, even though you're a smoker. Now, check this out, Mr. Jones. If I were to go with any other carrier, and the price for the smoker rate is right there at the bottom of the app as well, the price for the smoker, it would be somewhere around $320, no matter which carrier you go with. But Americo is going to count you as a non-smoker. You said you wanted to quit smoking, right? Yep. Well, I'm going to give you an incentive to do just that. And you can come back and thank me because you're going to be a lot more healthier within the next 2 years. But for you, for the non-smoker rate, it's only going to be $189. And I suggest you take advantage of that, because this is the cheapest it's ever going to be. Because you're a non-smoker, you're a smoker right now, but you're going to be a non-smoker, and this is the youngest you'll ever be, right? So you can price condition them with that as well. Okay. Now, comparing apples to apples, Americo is only going to be like $5 to $10 more than the other carriers.
Yeah. And
for $5 to $10 more, for one, I want to know right away if they're going to be approved, because when you get them past the MIB, you have a 99% chance that they're going to be approved. And on top of that, once you get done with the application, it'll tell you if they're approved or not, right? And they have the best coverage out of everybody, and they take care of the producers really, really well. Right. So then if they don't get approved by Americo, then I'm gonna either go AMM Senior Choice or Moo or Prosperity. A lot of times I'll go Prosperity first and then AMM, but there's no rhyme or reason. But if you find out now, AMM is a really good tool because when you get done with AMM, they'll tell you at the very end, if they decline them, they'll tell you what prescriptions they're taking that decline them.
Mm.
And so then
Yeah.
you can go back and say, well, it says that you are on. Now, let me tell you something. This is a side note. Earlier on tonight, I told you about a guy that's 70 years old that bought a 20-year policy that had that pays $1,600 a month. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So he actually got declined with Americo, he got declined with Prosperity, and he got declined with AMM. And I once I ran the AMM app, I found out why. He was on 3 blood pressure medicines and we were going for term. You can only be on 2, you can't be on 3 with term. And so I asked him about the medicines and he said, I'm not even on that medicine. They took me off of that a year ago. What happened was they took him off one medicine, put him on another one because that other medicine didn't work. And the MIB still had him on 3, but he was only on 2. So I went back to our representative with Americo and I told him about the situation. I submitted his medical records because he was actually going to the doctor the next day, and she pushed it through and he got approved.
Wow.
And he actually paid a whole year up front.
Wow.
So there are those policies. You want big premium, you got to show big numbers, right? You can't be afraid. But by doing that, all you have to do is build the value and listen to your client. They're going to make sounds. They're going to tell you words. Those sounds and words are going to tell you how you should steer the conversation. Right? If you're telling them, if you give them a price and you're price conditioning them and saying, you know, this is going to be $2,000 and they're not saying anything about it, chances are they're probably going to be okay with it. Right? In this case, this guy's a farmer. He has $4 million of land. We couldn't even get him enough coverage. His part of the mortgage was $2 million because him and his son just bought some land. And he was so happy to get approved for a $450,000 policy.
Hey, Sean, you could have got him some other policies, right?
I could have, yeah. In fact, here's another thing. I wrote the AMM policy and it came back declined. So just a side note, when AMM comes back declined, what I do is I'll act like it's declined because it's declined. You never know. But in this case, I found out later on, well, what they do is when it is declined, they submit it to underwriting anyways. Because 5 days later, I got an email back that's saying that he got approved. Yeah, blew me away. I didn't even call him. So I had to, and then they took the money out of his account. So I had to call him back and say, I got great news here for you. I didn't want to be negative. I said, I got great news here for you. You actually were approved with Americo, which you know about, but you also got approved with American Amicable. And I know we don't have enough coverage here for the 450,000. This will give you an extra 100,000 because at his age, he can only get 100,000. And do you want to have both coverages or do you want to just stick with one? What do you want to do here? I wasn't even trying to hard close him at all. I was so happy that he's paying $1,600 a month for his, $450,000 policy. Whatever he wanted to do, I'm okay with it, right? It's the client, right? So him and his wife discussed it and they said, we're just going to keep the Americo policy. And so I called I had them call and cancel the American Amicable policy. So that's how that one went. But if you guys want big premium, you got to ask for it, right? Okay. That was kind of long-winded. Did I get your questions answered?
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any other questions?
I did have one. When you were talking about the smoker's price and the non-smoker's price, when I go to the Americo app, sometimes like as soon as I put in their social, like they'll let me know like maybe a few minutes after that if they're declined or not. Like, would you show them that, or would you let them know like it's two different prices, or like explain to them like, oh, if you want to quit, well, you'll have 2 years to do it. Do you do that all the way at the end, or do you do that like right as soon as you put their social in and you see it's not going to get declined?
Well, I don't do anything until I find out that they're past the MIB. I'm not telling them any benefits. In fact, the way I structure it is and this is exactly my verbiage right here. I'll say, okay, I'm going to recommend a company called Americo. What I'm going to do, they have a 2-part application process. I'm going to ask you some questions, and then I'm going to send you a text that's going to have a HIPAA form in it for you to sign.
Okay.
Okay. Then once you do that, you know what a HIPAA form is, right? And they'll say, yeah. I'll say, well, it's the same as when you go to the doctor. It's basically that privacy statement that says that me and Americo, we cannot share your information with anybody. It also gives them permission to run your prescription check against the MIB. The MIB is not the Men in Black, it's the Medical Information Bureau. And they always laugh, right? And then I'll say it's going to come back in about 3 to 5 minutes, and it'll tell me one of two things. One of two things. One, either decline, and if it does, that's okay. We're just going to pivot to another carrier. That's the good thing about working with me, right? Building credibility. The other thing it may say is continue asking questions. And that's that green bar that pops against the left top corner of the thing. It'll just flash up. It'll say continue asking questions. So I tell them that. The other thing it may say is continue asking questions. That's what we wanted to say, but that does not mean that you've been approved. I'm taking it away. That only means that Americo is giving us permission to submit a request to the carrier. If it says that, then at that point in time, I'll go over all of your benefits, and then we're going to fit it into your budget, and we're going to submit a request. Okay? Yes, I'm telling them again that we're going to submit a request. Now, on reality, on my side of things, they can't see the application, right? So on my side of things, what I'm doing is I'm getting them past the MIB. But while I'm waiting for it to come back, that's when I'm asking all of those health questions. I'm not going to tell them it came back until I got them past the health questions on the application. Now I get them past all those health questions. If it's a term policy, I'm asking about the doctor information, all of that stuff. Then the next part of that is the beneficiary page, right? Now at the beneficiary page, that's when I stop and I say, okay, Mr. Jones, okay, Mike, let me see if it came back yet. Now, up at the top corner of the application of the Americo app, there's a little caret. And if you click on that, there's a drop-down menu and you can go back to the product page. Okay. So you go all the way back to the product page. That's where all the pricing is, right? So you go back to the product page and you can say, oh, it looks like it came back. It says continue asking questions. At this point, I'm going to tell you all the benefits of the policy. Now, I already got all the health questions in the application already done, right? Now, all I have to do is fit them into the price and give them put the beneficiary in there, put the banking information in there, and close the sale, right? So now I'm already halfway done. I'm going to build the value. Okay. I already know what the price is going to be because I'm on the product page. They don't know what the price is going to be, but I'm going to build the value of the product right then and there. Okay. I'm going to tell them everything. Let's say it's an Americo Eagle like you're talking about, right, T? So I'll build the value, 40,000. I'm going over the tax-free benefits. It's a whole life coverage, 50% terminal, the cash value. It has its level premium. It's got accidental, double indemnity. It's got triple indemnity, common carrier. Oh, and by the way, you're a smoker, right? I don't know if you know this or not, but smokers usually have to pay about 3 to 4 times more. Here's a good thing. Are you planning on quitting? What do you think they're going to say? No. They're going to be like, yeah, especially after I tell them that, right? Then I'll say, well, that's
Right.
another reason why I wanted to apply for this policy is because Americo is going to treat you as a non-smoker for 2 years. Well, it's 3 years technically, but you have to be a non-smoker for a year. And what I mean by that is they're going to give you non-smoker rates for 3 years. At the 3-year mark, they're going to send you a swab in the mail, and you swab your cheek, send it back. If they detect nicotine, you can raise your premium or you can lower your death benefit. They don't just cancel it. You have a choice. Okay. Now, if I were to count you as a smoker, you know how much you would be paying? You'd actually be paying about $383. And it doesn't matter which carrier you are. They're all about a $5 to $10 difference, maybe a $20 difference, depending on the carrier, but it's going to be right around that amount. Okay. So I commend you for doing this today because it's the cheapest it's ever going to be, right? You're the youngest you're ever going to be. And guess what? Today, because you're a non-smoker, because you're quitting, right? Yep, I'm quitting. Today, it's only going to be $183. Pretty cool, huh? So you see how I built the value and then I price conditioned them on the non-smoker part, and then I gave them the lower rate. And now they're like, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm at the beneficiary stage. Who do you want to put in there as your beneficiary? I'm not asking questions, right? I just sold them. That's pretty cool, huh? Yes. Okay, I'm at the beneficiary stage. Now, if they're not, if that's too much for them still, they're going to stop me. Right? They're going to say, no, I can't afford that. Especially when I get to the payment stage. Right? And then I'll go back and I'll say, oh, okay, I thought you were okay with that. Why don't we go down to 30,000? Why don't we go down to 20,000? Give them the prices. Okay. Now, all we have left to do is submit a request. Which one do you want to submit a request for? 20,000 or 30,000? Let's do the 20,000. Okay, no problem. Go back to the payment stage, put in the payment information, close the deal. Boom. You just help the family. Does that make sense, T?
Yeah. What's next, boss?
Okay. T, did that answer your question? You can unmute.
Oh, yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, perfect.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah, Vadim, you got another question?
No, just a comment is that today I came across some interesting information is that for some policies, if they're a smoker, it's actually cheaper if they're in graded rather than level or premium.
But graded isn't 100% covered.
Yeah.
It's not covered right away. Graded means
Right.
they get 30% on the first year. 30%
No,
of the
I know. I just found it interesting though. That's all.
yeah. So that's why sometimes it's going to be cheaper is because there's that. I don't
Lack of
like
coverage.
to ever call it a waiting period, right? But that's
What do you call it?
technically what it is.
Wait, what
Hey,
do you
I'm
call
gonna-
it if you don't just straight say waiting period? Oh, no,
you
really?
caught
'cause I
Yeah.
wanna know.
So you want to know how I sell an AIG policy? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. So really quick, the way I do it is I'll say, okay, the way this policy works is for the first 2 years, the more you pay, or you're going to make that monthly premium. And then if you die within the first 2 years, Joanne, your beneficiary, is going to get all your money back plus 10%. That's better than a savings account and pretty much better than the stock market these days, isn't it?
Much.
Yes.
Mhm.
They just agreed with me, right? Now, 2 years and a day, anytime after that, you pass away, Joanne's going to get 25,000. And then I'm going to go over the benefits of the terminal illness and the chronic illness, right? Now, notice, I want to point out 2 things. I did not say waiting period, and I did not say Joanne's going to get the full benefit of 25,000. I did not say full benefit.
Okay.
You say full benefit, that implies that they're not getting the full benefit up front, which they're not, but I don't want I don't want to say that.
Oh,
Here's the
right.
thing, we don't ever want to say scam either, unless they bring it up. The 4-letter word, right? Think about it this way. I want to point out something to you guys. Have you guys ever bought let's say, I don't know, I got a blue F-150, right? And I buy a blue F-150 and now I see blue F-150s everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's happened to you before, right? You buy this car and you're like, man, that's a sweet car. Nobody has this car. You're driving down the highway and all of a sudden, boom, there goes one, there goes one, there goes one.
Everywhere.
It's the plant the seed effect, right? As soon as you say scam, now it's planted in their mind that, oh, well, let me think about it. Maybe this could be a scam, right? So we don't want to ever say scam unless they bring it up. Now we have to rebuttal that and get around that, right? Just like waiting period. We don't want to bring up waiting period because that implies that they have to wait for a policy. Technically, it is a waiting period for the carrier, but they're still covered. They're pretty much have an investment account of 10% for the first 2 years, which is better than putting money in their savings account.
Yeah.
Right. And we don't want to say full benefit. We want to say the actual number that they're applying for. So if they're applying for 15,000, we just want to say after 2 years and a day, they get 15,000. Okay. Kelly, you got a question?
Yeah, it's in regards to the IUL that you sold today to that young gentleman. Now, is that plan considered a whole life?
Carries on to age 100. So you can call it a whole life.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the level plan? And as far as the
Cash value
percentage,
of it continue.
okay, and they can continue to add to the plan. It doesn't increase the coverage amount. It just, they can put money where they're going to get more interest. It's more stable.
The more they add to it, the more cash value it builds for them.
Correct. Which they
But
can
it also-
remove tax-free.
Yes.
So for us, Sean, the best case scenario is for them to have a lump sum that they don't need for 10 years to move over 50, 100,000 and then do a fixed index annuity with a life on top of it, right?
Yeah, you can do that with a fixed index annuity. It'd be a better way to do it that way. I mean, you could put more money into it if you want to, but I wouldn't put lump sums into an IUL.
No.
You do it in 5 years.
Yeah.
So you don't want to make it an MEC or whatever.
Yeah, you don't want it to MEC. What I would do is either put it into a fixed index annuity or an infinite banking policy. It would probably be better with an infinite banking policy because you can structure it that way to put a large lump sum in there. So if they want to put a lump sum in right off the bat and then put another lump sum in at the end of the year or 5 years later or every year, you can design it to do that.
Yep.
And then with an infinite banking policy, you can take loans out, pay them back, take loans out, pay them back. IULs, you don't want to do that.
I have two questions. First, I just want to make sure I have a better understanding how you're doing it. So it seems like with Americo, tell them that's like what what you recommend for them. And then you go straight to the HIPAA and then the medical questions. And then you continue on to then you build value on the policy, on the products. And then you go from there to price condition and then give them the price and then kind of let them pick the option which one they fits better with them, beneficiary after that, and then that's pretty much closing this out.
Exactly.
Is that right? Okay.
Right on the nose, Nacho.
Okay, cool. Now the other question I have is when you notice a client doesn't like you said, it's based on their health condition. So if you know right off from the back, they have so much health issues and everything, and America's not a good option for them. How do you pivot that script though? Like, how you equivalent that script to another carrier? How do you do that?
Like if they're gonna go guaranteed issue.
Right, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, so I'll just tell them straight up, okay, perfect. We can get you. I think I can help you out here. But let's take a look here. I'm going to recommend a company called AIG. The way this policy works is for the first 2 years, and then I'm just going to go right into it.
Gotcha.
Go right into building the value. You don't have an MIB to deal with. There's no health questions. So
Right.
really, all you're going to do is build the value, price condition them, close the deal.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's it.
Gotcha.
Hey,
And you're
Sean,
going to
how
get those. I mean, sometimes there's some out there that are like, you know what? I know there ain't no carrier that's going to take
Yeah.
this. They got a list,
Right.
then a grocery list of medications. They're like a pharmacy in their body,
Right. Tell
and
me about it.
and they're not going to get. I mean, they're on their way out the door anyways. They got 1 foot and out on
So
stage.
the main goal is like go for America first, see how that goes. If it gets declined, then you go to MM, and then go to the next carrier, Then if all fails, then just go guaranteed. And it's like,
Yep.
you know,
Yep,
gotcha. Cool.
yep. Because you want to get them immediate coverage.
Right.
That's the
Right.
best way to do it.
Gotcha.
And here's the deal. I mean, people, when they get declined, they're more willing to work with you.
Mhm.
Here's a quick story. I got this guy declined 4 times from 4 carriers. And then I never tried AIG SIWL, Simplified Issued Whole Life, because they had just came out with it.
Mhm.
And then I also, what did I do? I tried American Amicable Senior Choice. And I told him, I said, sir, here's the deal. I got 2 carriers left that I can try. I'm going to submit a request to both of these carriers. And if you get approved for both of them, great. You can either keep both of them and have a lot of coverage, or you can cancel one of them, or you can cancel both of them, do whatever you want to do.
Mhm.
And he ended up getting approved for both of them, and he kept both of them.
Oh, wow.
And it was all good for him. He loved it.
Right. Gotcha.
So yeah. Vadim, you had a question?
Oh, yeah. With AIG, have you had a problem instructing your clients how to disable the pop-ups? Isn't that part of the process?
Sometimes, yeah. But I mean, it's
Not a
part of
big
the
deal?
process. You just kind of work with it. Usually, if I get an older client, I'm not going to go with Moo just because of the application, unless I really have to. If I'm like, you know what, we got 2 carriers left in whole life. Do I think they're going to get approved with Moo? Then I'm thinking, will they be able to deal with the e-app?
Yeah.
If the answer is yes to both of those, then I'll go with Moo. If the answer is no to one of those, then I'm not going to go with Moo.
But is AIG that much easier than Moo?
Yeah, it's a lot
Oh,
easier.
okay.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. There's like just a couple of forms. I've had, 75-year-old people figure it out.
Oh, good. Okay.
So yeah, it's much easier. Any other questions for now? All right. Appreciate you guys hanging in here with me. This is awesome. This is kind of fun. I like this.
Yeah.
For
Right?
sure.
It's
Definitely
late
fun.
night.
Yeah, I'm gonna be up all night, so I don't mind.
Yeah, I would have been up doing Lord knows what. Nothing productive.
Yeah,
This is a good feeling.
I
Yeah.
already
so-
know that my dreams are going to be about.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about
So I
it.
was just gonna say, you guys are gonna go to bed dreaming about selling the life insurance policy, but you know what that happens? That
Yeah.
creates neural pathways in your brain, and it's all gonna sink in. And tomorrow you're gonna be waking up, and you're gonna be like, not even thinking about it, spitting it out your mouth because
Right.
it's just gonna come right out, right? That's how you learn. That's how you grow, and that's how it
Absolutely.
sinks in. All right, who wants to do a role play? Drake, you haven't gone yet.
Sure. Sure,
You wanna
boss.
step up to the plate.
Always.
All right. Who wants to? Do you want to be the agent or the client?
I want to be the agent.
Okay. Who wants to be the client for
I'll
Drake?
be the client.
All right, Vadim. There you go. What are you gonna do, Drake? A one call close? Do you want to do
One call close.
Okay, there you go. You're up.
One call close, you're like 50 and you want mortgage protection.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Okay.
I'm 55, close enough.
All right. What's your name?
Vadim.
Vadim. Ring ring.
Hello?
Hey, Vadim, this is Drake. How are you?
I'm good.
Fantastic. Well, I'm just getting back to you regarding the mortgage protection information you filled out that we received in my office.
Mortgage
It,
protection?
Yeah.
that?
So typically most of my clients get it filled out for either covering the majority of their mortgage or giving some breathing room if you pass away for 1, 2, or 3 years of mortgage to be protected.
Yeah. I think I remember filling that out on Facebook.
Yeah. So that's now been filtered over to my desk, and I'm the licensed underwriter who can help you get approved. Is your birthday still 6/16/1973?
Yep, that's right.
Perfect. And your email, is it still abc123@gmail.com?
It is.
That's great. Perfect. So what we like to do from here is, most of my clients are typically in the situation where they're trying to protect the house if something were to happen to them, that they're leaving to a loved one or a spouse. Which of those are you doing?
Yeah, I just don't want to burden my family, when I die, that they are able to keep the house.
Okay, so you have a wife,
I have a wife and couple kids.
2 kids. What's your wife's name?
Joan,
And the kids?
Mary and Beth.
2 girls.
Yeah.
I had 3 girls.
All right.
It's a lot of work. I know how
It
you
is
feel.
a lot of work.
A lot of stuff you got to take care of. We're getting older, right?
That's right.
So this is a pretty simple process. I'm just going to go through some stuff. It'll take less than 2 minutes for your medical. And then from there, I'm going to give you a little bit more information. Do you have a piece of paper and pencil handy?
Yeah. How long is this going to take?
Well, it just takes a little while.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Fantastic. So I want you to write this down. My number is 429-6227. That's my national ID. So what that basically means is that's my social security number for the whole nation and all the 25 states that I have my license in.
Okay.
On top of that, we're not a captive agent for Farmers or New York Life. So what that means is, being an independent insurance underwriter and broker, I can work with 35 A-rated carriers. And what we do that for is, my goal is to underwrite for you to get you an approval, because you can't just come to me and buy insurance. We're not selling it, right? I'm the underwriter guy. We got to approve you, and then we got to customize it, and we got to tailor it to what's most important to you and your family. That's what I do. So if we go one route and it doesn't work and it gets declined, we go another route, I'm going to find you something. I've got 30 of them to go to, so I won't leave you hanging. We'll get you protected. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Good. So just for my notes here, your mortgage was about 200,000. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Your payments are 1,100.
Yep.
Okay. Just gonna do something real quick for you. So you're paying 13,200 a year. So one way we can look at this, I'm just going to kind of throw this out for you. 2 more questions and I'll go right into the things that I think are most important. So have you had any major medical procedures where you had to be put to sleep in the last 10 years?
No, I'm pretty
And
healthy.
Okay, great. And are you currently taking any medications that are prescribed to you that you've been on for more than a month?
Nothing more than the blood thinners and statins.
Blood thinners and what?
Blood thinners. Let's just go with blood thinners.
Okay, great. And I said you were 50, so you're young. So what I'm going to show you today is I just pulled up 3 different amounts. So I pulled up a $450,000 amount, and I pulled up a $200,000 amount, and I pulled up a $100,000 amount. So if you want to write these ones down,
Okay.
the product is called the CBO 100. And because of your age and because of your 30-year mortgage, we can do a lot with this to make you feel more comfortable about not losing your biggest asset and being able to pass it on to the family name and your 2 daughters. The CBO 450 is about $680 a month.
Wow, that's a lot more than I was planning on paying.
I know, but it gets better. Watch this. $8,160 a year. Oh, scary, right?
Totally scary.
But I didn't tell you this. CBO means cash back option. So
No.
in the 30 years that you live out the life of your mortgage and live out your life and you don't have any accidents, you're going to get $244,800 back tax free.
Oh, I find that a little hard to believe.
I bet you do, but I wouldn't lie to you. So on the $200,000 CBO,
Yeah.
$306 a month at $3,672 a year, with cash back in your pocket of $110,160. Okay, and then the lowest one is $100,000. That one's $157 a month. That's $1,884 a year, and in 30-year term, you get $56,520 to go back towards your mortgage if in 30 years it wasn't paid off yet, right?
Is that tax free?
Yeah, it is. So it's like a forced savings account. And you get money, and you get your money back. God forbid nothing happens to you in 30 years because you're young, so it shouldn't. So if you went with the top tiered plan, you'd have $244,800 coming back right when you're about to sell your house and move into a smaller one anyway. How does that sound?
I mean, that sounds great. I just never heard of these before. It's hard to believe they're real.
Yeah, well, you know, everything was different after 2008 and what happened with the big banks and the bad loans and the stated income jumbo loans. So banks are no longer doing this. That's why we can help you. And that's why we're so busy all day, every day with 15 to 18 appointments, because people don't know what they don't know. And this is really valuable information to share with friends and family and have them have a better peace of mind going forward with their future for the most horrible day of your life, the day you're no longer here.
So you're saying I could have $450,000 of coverage and I'm going to get all my money back at the end.
Yep.
Okay.
So yep, the top policy I did is 400,000 at 680.
Yeah.
8,000 a year times 30 years is 244,800. Okay.
Yeah, that's a big number.
Right. So the other thing that's really unique about this one is it does have the critical, chronic, and terminal illnesses in there. So it has the riders, the living benefits. So in California, it's just terminal. Other states, it's different. So what that means is if you got, cancer in your lung, and you were not going to be able to go back to work because they said you only have a year to live, then you can pull that money out of that policy to live a better life.
Oh, okay.
Called living benefits.
Okay.
And then would you be able to, one last thing, did you say Wells Fargo or B of A?
For what?
Your bank, financial institution?
I don't think I said, but it's Wells Fargo.
Perfect. So I have the routing number. It's 122822287. Would you be able to grab your checkbook real quick so we can verify that?
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, you're right. That's the routing number.
Perfect. And the account number is?
The account number is 1238910. But what do you need the account number for?
I'll explain that right now. So there's three things we're going to do to see if you qualify, and they cost money. So we don't charge you any fees. However, the insurance companies have to pay to check your driver's license number to make sure you don't have reckless driving, DUIs on there. They want to make sure they're insuring someone who has good habits, who's not reckless or a skydiver. And then with your social security number, which I haven't written down yet, that's how they check the IntelliScript and the Medical Information Bureau, which is the MIB. And that's how they can find out that, you know, because we're doing this all virtual, all over the phone. You know, I'm just verifying that you're not on an oxygen tank or using an IV to roll around the house because you have some chronic illness coming. With that run, IntelliScript and Medical Information Bureau, they can see all the scripts you've taken in 10 years, and then they can see all the procedures you've done in 10 years. You'd be surprised. A lady I did yesterday, oh yeah, no procedures. And then it came back and a red flag. And I'm all, are you sure? She's like, well, I had a hysterectomy 11 weeks ago. I'm all, yeah, that would be a procedure. So you'd be really surprised, but that's what we need those for. And the account number is the intent. So the insurance companies pay to check all these things, and they'll do that for free. You never get charged, but they want to validate that you're the person on the checking account, and they want to validate that you have intent to buy if we get you what you want. So, you know, it does take 4 to 6 weeks sometimes to get an approval. So they give you a window of time for you to come back to me to make any adjustments to customize it up or down, or add additional, you know, riders or additional family members. How does that sound?
Sounds okay.
Okay. And then the last piece I needed was your social security number.
Yeah, that's 333 666 no 662222.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, well, I was kind of plugging this in the computer already while we were talking. I already put almost everything in here. I'm just gonna type in your social right now and do a quick IntelliScript and see what comes up. Yep, you made it through the first 3 pages of the Americo app. I don't see there being any issues. You answered all my medical questions fairly openly, so I don't need to ask you about every chronic disease on the planet that they list here, because you said you were healthy and that you didn't have any, and you're not taking any medications with the blood thinner. So I'll just go right through this. And the last question I have is, which of these policies would you choose to be the best for your family? So the 400,000 with the 244,800 back in the 30 years, or the 200K with the 110, 160 cash coming back after 30 years.
And what's the monthly payments on the 200 again?
The 200 is 306.
Yeah, I feel like I can handle that.
Okay, perfect. That's where I would go to, right in the middle. So the 306 is going to be 3,672 a year, and after 30 years, it's 110,160 bucks back, which would significantly pay down your mortgage if it's not paid off already, or give you additional tax-free money to do as you see fit. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give you one last thing here. I'm going to text you my contact card. It has my national producer number in there, and then there's also a link that goes to my website, and there's also my direct contact number. Are you on Apple or Android?
Apple.
Great. So you just not open a contact card and save it as a new contact card. Yeah, so all my data is in there, my emails, my phone number that I've had since 1998. It's all in there. Do you have any questions for me?
Well, I got a coverage now. If I want to make any changes or anything, can I do that?
You can make changes. You can do anything. Just when you get that contact card in your phone, make sure you remember to share it with your friends and family, and definitely the beneficiaries. I usually call the kids or the wife of the husband who's getting the coverage, and I just go, hey, I just want to let you know I put a policy in place. I wanted you to have my phone number. I got it from your husband. If there's ever emergency on that worst possible day of your life, you can just text me or call me and say, hey, get things moving quickly because we're going to have to deal with all of the medical expenses very soon. So it's one less thing you have to worry about.
That's great.
Yeah. And I'm not going anywhere. This number's been the same since 1998. So I'm not using multiple phone numbers. I'm using my number that I've used for business for 25 years.
Okay, good to know.
Perfect. So it's already approved. It is going to draft the 306 and you're going to have coverage tomorrow. How's that sound?
That sounds good, actually.
How'd it go, Sean?
All right, what do you think?
I think,
What do you think you did,
good.
Drake?
I'm trying to figure out how come Vadim's hair is blowing in the wind like the palm tree.
Because Vadim's outside on the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Often.
I was
That's what I'm
too
talking about.
I was too focused on
See right there.
how to bang out my one call closes real quickly, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay. All right, Drake. So there's 8 steps. Did you get that PDF that I put in the chat earlier?
yeah, I already printed it.
You did. Okay, cool. So there's 8 steps to the process. And the reason why we do it in those steps is because it's like a conveyor belt, right?
Okay.
When you do something, when you see those businesses, like I used to work at a company called Pacesetter Windows, Doors and Siding. And this is back when I was like 19, and they had the way they actually made the windows. And so the way it was they take these big sheets off the pallet, they clean them, they put them through a washer, they put them down, they swiggle them, then they put them on a conveyor. Then they put the other piece of glass through there, they put it together, they send it through a heater, warms it up, puts gas in between the thing, in between the panes, and then they put it on a conveyor belt, and then it goes down, and everybody along the side has their own job, right? Now, what happens if they were to take that glass and put it through the heater, and they didn't put any gas in there, but they put it on the conveyor belt? They put it all together, right? And then now it comes back and that there's no argon gas in there. And that argon gas was super important because it insulates the glass so that the heat can stay outside and the inside of the house can stay air conditioning, right? But without that argon gas, glass is an insulator, so the heat would just go right through there, right? So then if there's no argon gas in there and they find out at the end of the line, now they have to go back, take the whole glass apart and put it back in there, right? So I tell you that big old long story to let you know that there's a system, right? There's a system to everything. And so we want to be able to start at the very beginning and build a little bit of rapport, find the need, right? Then we're going to build the credibility. Now that part doesn't really matter, right? I mean, you can do the credibility first and then find the need. That's okay. You can do that. But then you want to go into the financial inventory, find out their finances, find out what their health conditions are, right? And then you got to build the value of the policy before telling them the price. Okay. Building the value is going to sell them. That's what's going to sell them, is building the value of the policy. Then you're going to price condition them and then deliver the price. Right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to deliver the price before you price condition them or before you build the value of the policy, because they don't know what they're buying. Now, you can never say the wrong thing to the right person, right? You're going to get sales. Obviously, you have gotten sales, right? So, I mean, you're good at what you do, Drake. I mean, you're a good talker. You can communicate very well. The client can relate to you, right? You have that personality, that personable conversation with them, right?
Right.
But by keeping it in a system, you're only going to exponentially grow how many people and how many families you help. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any comments on that?
Fun.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a nice, calm, even disposition. That was good.
Yeah. I think you did fantastic. Vadim, do you want to go?
I don't feel totally prepared. I've been focusing on other things, and I kind of want to structure my script to the agenda that you created. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Nacho, you haven't gone yet. Come on, man. We're running out of time here. We got 15 minutes. Let's hear it. I'm putting you on the
Boy,
spot.
god damn.
All right. You've been working on mortgage leads.
Yeah, I've been trying to prepare my script though, just like how you got yours going. So that's what I've been
Okay.
doing.
That's
But so
okay.
far, I've been doing like just the beneficiaries, That's about it.
Okay. You want to do a beneficiary lead? I'll be the client.
Cool.
All right.
All right. Hey Sean, I'm not a telemarketer. My name is Michael Ahinacho. I'm just giving you a call back regarding our form that was filled out. This is regards to the life insurance programs going now, and I have your beneficiary as Jason. Is that correct?
Yeah. What is this about again?
Oh, this is about the life insurance coverage plan that you fill out the card for. In case you die, we'll pay for the burial and also leave money behind for your family. And you put Jason as the beneficiary. Is that right?
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess. I'm not sure I remember filling it out, but Jason is my son.
Okay, that's good.
Maybe my wife filled it out.
Yeah, that's true. They just want me to go over the options here with you. I don't have too much time right now. Can you grab a pen and paper, Sean?
Sure. How long is this going to take?
It shouldn't take long at all.
Okay.
All right. All right. First, write down my first and last name.
Okay.
My first name is Michael,
Michael,
and my last name is Ahinacho.
say that again.
It's Ahinacho. It's African. It's spelled IHE
Okay.
ANA
Okay.
and then CHO.
Like nachos.
There you go. That's right.
Okay.
Let's go. And then write down my state license number.
Okay.
My state license number is 196
All right.
288
Okay.
56.
56. Got it.
All right. Now, Sean, do you receive text message on your phone?
I do.
Okay, cool. I just text you a link of my credentials, can verify who I am. You can click on the link on the card and it'll take you straight to the National Social Insurance Commission's website. You can put my first name, my full name on that link right there and put my state license number and then put my entire profile for you.
Okay.
Okay. So Sean, were you looking for something for yourself only or for you and your spouse?
Just for me.
Just for you? Okay. And did you want to cover the entire cost of the burial or did you want to leave some extra money out for your family?
I haven't really thought about it.
Okay. What's more important, the family or just the burial?
Well, both.
Both? Okay. I got you.
Yeah.
All right. And can you tell me a little bit why you want to get this done?
I just don't want my son to have to pay for a funeral. It's not his responsibility.
I got you. That's good. That's good. I commend you for doing that. So you want to make sure your family is protected. If something happens to you, they have like the money to pay for the burial and to take care of themselves, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. All right. So I'm a medical from the writer for Ranger Carriers. Now you probably may not know this. This isn't something that you can just go out and buy. You have to actually qualify for this. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take 5 minutes to answer some finance questions, and then I'm gonna take 5 minutes to answer some medical questions. Okay. Then from there, I'm gonna have an idea which carrier might qualify you the best. Then what we're gonna do is get you in front of the carrier because they have no idea who you are. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So by doing that, what we do is that we submit a simple request to the carrier. In that request, they're gonna ask for 2 pieces of information that you know by law they need to ask for, and every carrier asks for the same thing too as well. Okay. All right. They're gonna ask for a social security number. They use that to verify who you say you are, and that you're not taking out insurance unless it's named like company insurance fraud. And that's not you, Sean, is it?
Nope, that's not me.
That's good. I wouldn't think so either. The second thing they ask for is the bank institution to be on file, like an account number, router number. They use that to make sure there's nothing fraudulent attached to your name. Okay.
Okay.
Any questions? Any questions on that?
Nope.
Okay, that's good. All right, I'm asking some questions here. Just be honest with me about everything, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now I have your date of birth here as February 28, 1958. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is your height? Approximately, what is your height right now?
6'3".
6'3"?
Mhm.
Okay. And approximately, how much you think you weigh?
380 pounds.
Okay. I got you. Now, you still working or you retired?
Well, I can't move very much, so I'm on disability.
I got you. You get an SSI?
Yes.
Give me 1 second, okay? 1 sec.
Hello, are you still there? Hello,
Sorry
sir?
about that. I'm still here with you. I just
Oh,
had to
okay.
connect you real quick. Give me one
I didn't
second.
hear you. I thought you dropped the phone on me.
No, I did too. I did too. I thought something happened to the phone, so but I
Oh,
can
okay.
come right back it out. All right. So you say that you get exercise, all right?
That's right.
Okay, I got you. Now you are you married or you single?
I'm married.
You married? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. Now with SSI right now, what would you say is what's your monthly income right now?
$999.
Okay, gotcha. Do you rent your home? Do you own your home?
I rent.
You own it? Okay. How much is your rent?
$120.
Okay, that's not bad.
I'm on assisted living.
I got you. I got you. Now they want to know like what your monthly expenses are, like if you have any car payment, car insurance, gas, utilities, all that stuff and more.
No,
If you
I
add
don't
up,
drive. Are you kidding me? I'm too fat.
okay, I got you.
Can't even fit in the car.
I got you. Okay. So you're just paying for the rent. That's pretty much your monthly expenses, right?
No.
Okay.
Uh,
Do you have any besides your rent, like how much you spend besides your rent per month?
Probably about 850. Pretty darn close.
Okay. I got you.
Most of that's food.
Right. I got you.
Can't stop eating.
You're fine. Okay, so you saving roughly about $150 a month?
I'm sorry?
You saving roughly about $150 a month?
Saving?
Yeah, roughly, I would say about 150.
No, I don't have a savings account.
Not in a savings account, but just like money left over after all this spending.
I don't know. I guess so.
Okay, I got you. All right, now you a smoker or not smoker?
I smoke.
You smoke? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for being honest about that.
You're
That's good.
welcome.
All right, so I'm gonna ask you some health questions here. Just let me know yes or no, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever had any heart attack, stroke, or TIA?
No.
Okay. Any congestive heart failure?
Yes.
Okay. Any pacemaker and Geno stents?
I had a stent.
You had a stent? When was that ago?
What was that? That's where they put a balloon in my heart and put a straw in the. I don't know how they do it.
No, I get that. I'm saying
I was asleep.
when did that happen? Was it about 5 or 10 years ago?
About 3 years ago.
3 years ago? Okay. But when did you start having the congestive heart failure?
They diagnosed me right when they put in the stent.
The stent about 3 years ago too? Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Any high blood pressure?
Yes.
Okay. Any you have any diabetes right now at this moment?
Not at this moment, maybe
That's
next week.
good. I hope not. I don't want you to go through that. What about any neuropathy?
Yes,
Okay. All right. Any cancer or lupus?
no,
Okay. Any RA?
no.
Okay. Any
What's
asthma?
RA?
Oh, like respiratory something? What is it?
Rheumatoid arthritis.
That's what I
Closer.
thought. Rheumatoid.
Yeah,
Rheumatoid.
respiratory or something. What kind of insurance agent are you, sir? I know you're really smart. You're sitting in a library. Come on now.
Oh my God. Anyways, any thyroid issues?
No,
Okay. And what about anxiety and depression?
no.
Okay, that's good. You have any dementia, Alzheimer's?
I can't remember.
Okay. Any kidney disease or liver disease?
No, sir.
That's good. And the last one here, any HIV or AIDS?
I'm sorry?
Any HIV or AIDS?
No.
Okay, that's good. All right, now I know this might be like a tough question for you, but in the last 10 years, have you had any like felonies or misdemeanors?
I don't drive. Unless they're gonna give me a felony for walking down the road on my scooter, then no.
Okay, I got you. That's not bad. Any surgeries in the last 5 years either?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. Well, yeah, I had the stent put in.
This then put in? Okay, gotcha. It's 3 years ago. All right. And are you on any medications right now?
Yeah,
Okay. Now, I see here you put Jason as your beneficiary. Is that who you want to be your beneficiary? Or do you want to be somebody else?
no, Jason's my only son.
Jason's cool. Okay, gotcha. All right. So now, most of my clients that I helped out before, what they usually do is they try to make sure their families don't have to worry about anything. So they leave with like enough money to make sure they're able to take care of themselves, pay the bills, and take care of everything and more.
Mhm.
So they usually get like 40,000 to 100,000 coverage, but everybody's different. So for you, how much coverage would you like to have?
Just enough to pay for the burial. So just
Okay.
like 10,000.
About 10,000? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And are you looking to have a cremation when the time comes or a burial?
Just enough to pay for my burial.
Gotcha. All right, good. So this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna send this off to about 30 different carriers. They're gonna tell me who's gonna decline you, who's gonna approve you. Once that comes back, we'll find out which one matches your budget the best. And then we'll find it out. We're going to fill the form and send it over to them. And then they're gonna either send you approval or deny it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now the first thing they're gonna need to do is what's called a prescription check to see if they can get you pre-approved. What is your social, please?
508
Okay.
17 9276.
Okay, got it. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Now put some numbers here. Okay. Man, you got a lot of health issues. God. Okay. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me, John?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, good.
Are we almost done? I gotta pee.
I know I'm here with you, okay? We're almost there. I'm here with you.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second. You having a good day so far though?
Oh, having a good day, yes.
That's
How
good.
about you?
Pretty good. It's not too bad.
Okay.
It's been a long day here today, but it's all good. All right, so okay. All right, so what we're looking at right now is permanent coverage. Okay. So whenever it's spy on you, the death benefit will never go, it's never gonna go down on you either. And the premium will go up on you either. So that means as you get older, the price will be the same. Okay.
Okay.
And the coverage amount will also stay the same too as well. All right. Now one of the great things like about this policy is that it builds cash value. So as time goes on, it's gonna build money within your policy you can take out if you needed to for emergency purposes. Okay. So that's pretty good. So 5 or 10 years from now, you might have an extra maybe 5,000 in your cash value. If you need it for emergency, you can take it out if you needed to. So it's there for you, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now it also comes with living benefits. So if the doctor diagnoses like a terminal prognosis, you have access to 50% of the coverage amount. So if you needed to pay medical bills or whatever you needed it for, you can use that for that purpose. Okay. And then the last thing here, whatever lock into them mean your medicals. If the doctor diagnoses like cancer tomorrow, it's not going to affect anything at all. Okay. So that's pretty good. All right, so it looks like the best company here for you is called AIG. Have you heard AIG before?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. They're one of the top area carriers in the country. They've been around for over 185 years, I believe. Which is a very long time.
Yeah.
That's a long time indeed, right? So they know what they're doing, and they reside in New York City, so that's pretty good. Now it looks like I know yes you want 10,000. That's like your range looking at, but I want to let you know what AIG fully offers you. Okay. So with AIG you qualify for 25,000 total. So that's pretty good. So one second here. Okay. So just to let you know, I know it's not something you're looking at, but with AIG qualify for 25,000 total. So if you ever think about it, for $25,000, it's up there for you if you needed to. Okay. Now it's a good thing that you're doing this now because I had a client who waited till like he was like 76 years old, and he also want to get like $10,000 in coverage, and he qualified for that too as well. But for his policy, it was almost $600. Okay. So, but for you, it's going to be a lot less than that. Okay.
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 I hope so. I'm not paying. I can't. That's like more than my rent.
Yeah, I know, right? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's good you're doing it now. Don't wait too long. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So for you, for $10,000, let's see. For you, for $10,000, it's gonna be $150. Okay. Now, if you want to get a little bit more than that, like $15,000, it'd be $180. And then, if you want to come up to the coverage total amount that if AIG offers you total, which is 25,000, it would just be about $200. Okay. Now, what I would prefer to recommend is the 15,000. It's sitting right there within the middle. It's not over within your budget too much. At the same time, it leaves your son with enough to pay for the barrel and also have some money to left over, take care of other things after that too as well. Okay. But out of those three, which one makes the most financial sense for you?
Probably the cheap one.
The cheap one? Okay, the 10,000?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. All right. All right. And you say JC's a beneficiary, right?
Yep.
Okay. How old is Jason?
He's 28.
28. Okay. What's his date of birth?
9/16/28. I don't.
Okay.
know.
You're good. I got you. Okay.
I
All
don't
right.
know.
So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna fill it from here for you. Just give me 1 second, okay?
Okay. You did a good job, Nacho.
That's about it.
Yeah, you're pretty much all done.
All
You
right.
did a good job. I was trying to catch you, as you know, because that's why I said 380 pounds, and I said that I had congestive heart failure because I wanted to see which carrier you were going to go with,
God, that was crazy.
and you went with AIG.
There's no other reason why not to.
Well, I thought you were gonna. I was wondering if you were gonna say Aetna, or if you
Uh-huh.
were gonna say AIG, because Aetna will do anybody that's fluffy and pudgy, right?
Yep.
Right.
But they're not gonna do anybody with congestive heart failure.
Right. That's what I thought
Okay.
too. Yeah.
Now, here's the other thing: you price conditioned, but you didn't build the value of the policy at all.
Right.
That's where you left off. Remember, building the value of the policy is what's going to sell the client. The
Mm.
policy sells the client, right? And that's where you can get excited. That's where you can use your tone of voice, right? And get them excited through your tone of voice. Because if you get them excited and you're talking about something that's really exciting, they're gonna get excited, right? It's kind I always, when I was teaching my guys on how to sell meat door to door, I used to call it the I found your dog theory, right? Because if your dog ran away,
Excuse me.
okay, let's say you had a neighbor and they had a kid, he's 7 years old, and he's got this dog, right? And you see him outside with the dog all the time, and then all of a sudden, one day the dog just up and leaves. He's gone. And you're driving around the neighborhood, he's been gone for a week, and all of a sudden you see this dog. And you go out, get out of your vehicle, you go get the dog, you bring him back, and you go up to the little kid. Are you going to be like, dude, I found your dog? No, you're going to be like, check it out. Look what I found for you. Right? You're going to be all excited. You're going to show that in your facial expression. You're going to show that in your tone of voice. And then what's going to happen is he's going to be happy as well. He's going to be super excited because, for one, you found his dog and
Right.
you're excited. Right? But if you went up to him and you're like, here, dude, I found your dog, he's going to think there's something wrong with you because you're not excited.
Right.
He gonna think you
Right?
stole the dog.
Yeah, you might have stolen the dog. Right?
And then he's
So
going to
it's
run
this-
home to mom and tell mom, and mom's going to buy a case of steaks from you.
Yeah. Right. That would have been nice. But that's what you need to do when we're building the value of the policy.
Right.
Look, we're talking about death, right? It's boring. The whole call is boring. But when you're
Right.
building the value of the policy, that gives you a chance to get excited and help them get excited, because that's what's going to sell the policy. That's what also helps you understand the benefits of the policies better, right? And you can explain them a lot better once you learn the benefits. So if you don't know the benefits of policies, that's a good homework assignment for yourself. Go and learn the benefits of the policies.
Okay.
Right? You can find those in the agent portals. If you don't know the benefits of the policies, call the carrier. They'll tell you. Okay.